Hello and welcome to Roll4It, where some of your favourite YouTubers and streamers get together to give you a weekly dose of tabletop roleplay. This week we're diving back into Warhammer 40k. With Dark Heresy, the Imperium of Man is beset by enemies, and only the forces of the Inquisition, including our players here, can hold mankind's foes at bay. There we go, some good Aquilas there. The 41st millennium is a harsh and unforgiving time to be alive. The duty of searching out foes who threaten humanity is entrusted to the Inquisition. This shadowy organisation, of whom our characters are part, is charged with a vast mandate and accorded almost unlimited power in its duty to protect the Emperor's realm. And that is where we'll be starting again today after last week's session. Firstly, though, Splat! Do you want to pimp something?
Yeah. We've got if you wanted to support the channel, we're no longer taking donations. And so the way we're trying to do this is through our Patreon now, which is patreon.com/roll4it, where there's like different tiers that you can actually monthly support the show at. And you get cool stuff. So if you're like the $5 tier, you get access to like after show VODs where we talk about stuff and buy new gear and do fun things like that. And at the $15 tier, you get to like influence where the campaign goes by picking who we're going to fight in the future, whether it's aliens or like demons or whoever else. And we work around that. And so anyways, very, very cool thing. You should absolutely check it out.
Hey, I fought Captain Plant today, and he is a badass. Do not screw with Captain Plant.
Who's Captain Plant?
He's the superhero that you have to fight in Tropico 5.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Wow, I haven't played Tropico 5 in a while. I had no idea that was a feature.
I didn't know either.
Okay. By the way, some people have mentioned that they prefer to do tips rather than Patreon, and that is completely fine if you choose to do that way. We are perfectly happy to support in however you feel. We do have the tips still live, but we won't be pushing them as much. So feel free if you want to tip instead of doing Patreon. We're just very much glad for your support either way. And you can also use Twitch bits if you really want, and you'll get some sort of weird GIF in chat. But yeah.
Bits.
So last week, you went to a forge world by the name of Arnhouse. There, you managed to uncover the fact that someone was putting Mind Impulse Unit crystal type things into cybernetics that were already somewhat possessed by some sort of warp entity. You found the person responsible for this, Reclamina Glish. You then managed to kill him. You found the lithosphere, geode. I don't know what you call it, an amalgamation of crystal. But you found it, and then you destroyed it, which appeared to release whatever warp entity was inside it. You then collapsed the mine upon the remnants, and you then went through the systematic slaughter of 12,000 possible witnesses. Just to make sure...
All in a day's work.
Heresy,
No. Let's tell it how it is. 12,000 heretics had to burn in order for the Empire to be safe.
Possible
it had to happen
heretics.
that way. If
Possible
we didn't burn
heretics.
them, they would burn us.
See, the problem with calling them straight up heretics, and I have no problem with saying they're possible heretics, but we don't know. We didn't go there and check them all out.
Silence,
We don't
cowards.
know.
Those who run away from crystals have no right to an opinion.
Yeah, we can't take you to the rock shop anymore. You just run flinging out of the front door, weeping and crying, pissing all over your uniform,
I don't have a uniform. Don't give me that crap.
pissing
Meant
all
to
over
be
your
funny.
peasant clothing, your garb.
I'm gonna take my boots.
So basically, you spend effectively the next couple of months as you carefully, you do the whole paperwork section after doing the fun bit of your investigation. You stay there, you fill out some paperwork, you explain to certain Mechanicus representatives on the planet what has happened, you check out for the stench of any more heresy, of which you find no real evidence. You then go forth and, thank you very much, Chaos Dispenser, we got a big tip there. Thank you very much. And you go forth and you basically do the good old-fashioned paperwork, the legwork, and you also supervise the removal of 12,000 heretics, and also the setup of some temporary furnaces nearby, because quite frankly, getting 12,500 bodies from one place to another place is not quite as easy as just setting up one of the Mechanicus portable furnaces nearby, which you dump all the bodies into just to make sure. So that is where we come back. A couple of months later down the line, Shen
Shen has a question for teacher.
Don't we have any underlings who can do all the paperwork for us? We shouldn't have to do the paperwork ourselves.
You
No, we are the underlings.
You are
Yeah,
the
we are the
Aw.
underlings. If we
Aw.
survive long enough, we get to be throne agents, which means then we'll have our own acolytes to do our bitch work for
And
us.
eventually,
But we're not there yet.
when you're at least influence 70, one of you can become an Inquisitor.
That's
You
a
have
ways off,
influence?
though.
Yeah, you have to be influence 70, the GM has to allow it, and you have to be a certain character who can sort of fulfill that role, and it makes sense in terms of the party. The party agrees, because quite frankly, I wouldn't want to foist anyone as Inquisitor. Everyone else goes, no. So
Just give it to Splattercat. That's basically what's happening here. It says in the rule book, it says just give it to Splattercat.
Well, like the one person...
It's on page 87.
One
In
person I
crayons.
can't really give it
Yeah,
to
in
is
crayon.
Avak. But other than that, yeah, I know you're vying for that. So yeah, that's where we come back. 2 months down the line. The stench of burnt human flesh lies heavy in the air as servitors move the last of the 12,500 penal workers' bodies to the temporary furnace lower in the valley from your makeshift lodgings where you've been observing the culmination of your investigation on Arnhouse. A servitor proceeds towards you on a pair of tracks until it is just short of your group and proffers you a data slate expectantly.
We're all together right now, right?
Yeah.
I step
Okay.
forth and take the data slate.
Okay. The data slate, at the sort of your touch, obviously it sort of scans your fingerprint. You being a mechanicus and having the ability to sort of sense these things in technology along with your potential coil, notice that it has definitely read your fingerprint along with your gene print. And it's
That was very unfortunate.
Yeah, say it. Read your
slip up
butt.
that was a very unfortunate slip up. of
You got the
tongue.
data slate. He's just rubbing it on his butt.
Secret
that's what we
mechanicus methods, dude. Don't question them.
40k.
They
That's
have
what
very
Everyone's
special
butt is
methods.
individual.
That's who's got a special adapter port, you know? Fits anything.
Got a little USB on his cheek.
Well, you always need more USB ports, so... The data slate sputters into life, and you briefly make out the markings of a recently received off-world astropathic communication before the main body of the text scrolls in front of your eyes, and a holographic face flickers into being over the data slate. Those of you who have met Inquisitor Ravan will recognize the face. Bald, big scar all down one side that curls down just below the lip and sort of ends just shy of the chin. Somewhat hooded and sunken eyes. And just the beginnings of the shoulders with a mantle beginning of a cloak of deep black, jet black feathers. Acolytes, congratulations on your successful illuminating prosecuting the heretic Glish. The Inquisition thanks you for your service. However, your presence is required elsewhere. Attached to details of passage to Haer Iridian, a world just 2 weeks' travel from your current location. Recently, the planetary governor, referred to locally as a count-elect, passed away. And I think it prudent, considering the world's recent reintegration to the Imperial fold, to have some eyes watching over the transition of the new count-elect, in addition to those of the Administratum. The face then flickers and winks out, leaving a data slate full of text in front of you, Carolinus.
I turn immediately to my left to look to Cassius. I take it you caught that.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Overseeing the transfer of power can be a risky thing. I suppose there's more information on the slate?
Indeed. And whilst I'm speaking with Cassius, my optical mechadendrite is currently perusing through the data slate. My fingers are kind of moving without me looking down, because I can just look straight at Cassius, but it's clear that I'm like moving through the data as the optical mechadendrite is reading through it.
Sure. And the data on there, basically, there's a quick description of the world, a quick, very brief potted summary in history, along with details of your passage, which is due to leave in 1 day's time, on a navy cutter going past the planet in question. And they've arranged for you to have basically rooms on the ship, go past. They'll drop you off with a sort of a shuttle to the outside of one of the main towns around there. And then you've got a contact who is Prefect Allad of the Adeptus Administratum, who is there currently just to oversee the tithes, the taxes, and to assess things. As far as that person knows, they just know that you've been told that effectively you were going there, you have unlimited power. They haven't been told in so many words that you're from the Inquisition, but they have been told that you effectively can do pretty much what you want. In terms of what your cover is going there, the only details that will be provided to you is you will be attached to the Administratum If you want to make any deeper cover or any more fancy reasons, that's up to you.
Is there any... You said there's brief details about the world. Are there any details on the type of world, its populace, the city in question that we're going to be landing next to?
Sure. So the world is a feudal world. It was recently rediscovered from the warp storm that's been retreating in the area. This is actually just one subsector over, so it's the same warp storm. I'll actually pull up the map so people can see what's going on at home. And there we go. So there's Arn House for people at home, and there's Iridian.
Chat is going nuts about Kitty.
I just noticed. So it's a feudal world, like I said. It's just got past the stage of discovering gunpowder. Nothing more elaborate than, say, flintlocks or muskets have really been invented yet, though. They do have some ironmongery, etc., but stuff like las weapons are very much beyond their pale at the moment. Definitely marking someone as either an off-worlder or possibly worse, someone as a witch or someone wielding magic, so which they're very superstitious and will probably stone you to death. Beyond that, their religious system has pretty much revolved around having the Emperor as their god for some time. As far as records tell, they were an Imperial world 2,000 years ago, before the warp storm in this region claimed them. Oh god, what the hell is all that in the background? Whose mic is that?
Jen, is your house actually a bus stop?
I think it might be the TV. Let me close my door.
Okay.
God damn it, Skype.
Population of the world is currently marked at about 14 million, spread out in a number of different regions, etc., all over the world. However, most of the...
How large is this world, for just an estimate of its population density?
In terms of its size, it's probably best to measure it by, effectively, its gravity. Its gravity is about 1.02 G, so it's as similar to Terran gravity as you can really get.
I mean, to be fair, Jupiter is much more massive than its size would imply, but...
Well, yeah, but that's not a rocky body, whereas pretty much every colonized normal world will be a rocky body. Beyond that, most of the central population takes place in one town, the town of Burnham. It's more so a city now, if anything, and the population seems to congregate there, mainly because a lot of the Imperial outside influence comes down near there. There's actually effectively an old fortified castle that's been taken over by a number of the Administratum and by some of the Arbites, and from which they operate, although they don't tend to operate much outside because it's a bit of a culture shock for people living there, considering they've got a very feudal lifestyle.
Okay. Turning back to Cassius, I run through some of the more mundane information, such as the population, the cities where the population congregates, that sort of stuff. I make notes of the castle. But specifically, I draw attention, I'm tapping on the data slate at this point, to the fact that it's a feudal world, and that we will, our quasi-cover is working with the Administratum. This will very much be your area of expertise. I'm neither comfortable with primitives, nor am I comfortable with the Administratum.
Well, I don't much appreciate being associated with primitives. At the same time, the Administratum, I have spent a bit of time dealing with their bureaucracy, and so we might be okay there. In general, though, does it say anything about what our mission is, or is it just we'll check in once we arrive on the planet, and we'll figure it out once we talk to the Administratum? Because so far the information seems to be somewhat cryptic. Just keep an eye on things while they transition power. That's a pretty broad net to throw.
Well, given the heresy that we found on this world, which only recently emerged from the same warp storm, it could be that there are concerns of similar nests of heresy already being in place on this world. Beyond that, you know as much as I.
Okay.
I dodge out of the way of a speeder.
Whoever that was, you need to put push to talk on your mic.
Shen, your
It's
mic's
gotta
the
be
only
me.
one that's lighting up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I turned it down to 80%. It's got to be me. I don't know how to do that. I'll figure it out. You guys keep going.
Yeah, the details in terms of the mission on there are effectively that the previous count-elect, which is the count who is effectively planetary governor, who is elected by the counts of the world, died only 2 days hence. And they effectively need to all have them meet up to the count's vigil, where they then have several days of which they then elect the new count-elect, who then represents the world. To make sure this goes well, especially since this is the first Count's Vigil since they came out of the Warp Storm, you're effectively there to watch, to make sure nothing goes wrong, to make sure there's no heresies involved, make sure that the right person gets in, etc., and to report anything particularly untoward or anything particularly dodgy about the new Count-elect if something dodgy comes up that's not, heresy-worthy, just to make sure that everything goes fine, smoothly. Check upon the old Count-elect to make sure that his affairs are in order, that sort of stuff.
All right,
Can you
well,
guys hear
my-
me when I speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I should think that since we're going to a world where I would assume superstition is high, we probably want to leave most of our modern weapons back wherever. I mean, if we are going to bring them, you keep them well concealed. In general, I won't be practicing any of my abilities or anything like that.
That would be wise. I can only imagine that a population this primitive would regard your particular talents as witchcraft.
Then I
We know
suppose we'll
what
go in.
happens to witches. Indeed.
All right. Well, that's fine. I'm skilled enough with a blade, but as for the rest of you, we'll have to come up with some form of cover, because if we go in blasting las weapons and firing off stubbers, I sincerely doubt it's going to go well for us, regardless of how outgunned we have our primitive foe. But either way, it seems like it's just guard duty, so I say we be on our way and just keep a low profile and things should be fine.
There is a note that your contact, Prefect Allad, who's in charge of the administratum presence there, will also be able to procure any equipment you want using the funds you have at your disposal. And if you can pull any, influence here or there to be able to try and get things arranged, then he will effectively make sure that they are ready for you. In addition, he will make sure that he has some suitable clothing, etc. for all of you as well.
Ooh. Does that mean
Very
for
nice.
our trip out, we're going to be getting stuff?
If you want to do a little bit of requisitioning for any suitable weaponry or anything, yeah.
Is there any particular notes regarding our contact's native world? Is he a native to this world? Is he likely
No.
to be... Good, that's wonderful.
No, he's actually native to a hive world over in the Eximus subsector. So, very much out of his prime here.
Do we
Well-
know who's going to be coming to power on the world?
The information you have is currently that there are a number of different counts. The information on them is still relatively scattered, considering there's a number of them all over the planet, and the Administratum have only just started cataloguing all of the people there. However, there are a few scattered names, including Bergman, Lutold, Metz, Hess, and a few others.
So we've got a number of lords vying for power. In the case of my homeworld, things like this rapidly become violent, and so we'll want to be careful who we decide to back and whose toes we step on. But there'll be plenty of time for that once we've got 2 weeks on a transport before we even remotely arrive on Iridian. So we can flesh out the details once we enter the warp.
I nod
Well,
to that. And whilst
on
I'm nodding, it's clear that I'm kind of busy recoiling my mechadendrite arms and just trying to work out the logistics of tucking them inside my robe. Because they're just sort of, every now and then the front of my robe parts and you can see the mechadendrites slowly coiling, almost like constricting serpents around my torso as I'm trying to reduce my bulk and appear less mechanically augmented.
You eventually manage to come up with a system where you look a little bit hunchback, but you can somewhat hide them under a long flowing robe, which is helpful because you do wear one of those.
Indeed.
I'm looking at my chainsword with a furrowed brow, contemplatively. Like, and maybe, and guess we'll work that out on the way.
Sure.
Is the requisition going to be awaiting us when we get on planet? Is that what it is? It's like a shipment that's just going to be waiting for us there?
Yeah, effectively, the administratum on the planet will procure things for you, and then it'll be awaiting you when you get there.
Okay.
So, you're all good to go?
Indeed.
Okay.
Nope.
Next day, you head off to the landing zone at Lazarus Forge. You get onto a waiting shuttle. Navy pilot looks at you, gives Brander a little bit of a twice, even 3 times over, judging by the uniform you wear, and then nodding, takes off and heads up to the Navy cutter in orbit.
I looked at Brander after that exchange. I asked, a friend of yours?
I was just confused by the uniform as to why I'm just taking transport on a ship rather than serving on one.
Maybe he thinks you a deserter.
If he thought him a deserter, he'd likely have shot him.
That may still happen.
I keep quiet.
Fair enough. You get up to the cutter, and you begin moving out system, ready to take your voyage into the warp along to Heridian. So, along the way, you can easily requisition, send messages via the astropath and ask for the administratum contact to get you stuff. Is there anything you would like to get using your influence?
Before I attempt to requisition anything, I request a private audience with Cassius in his quarters.
Yeah, of course.
Once I've made sure that, we're alone.
Okay.
You mentioned that it might be best you not employ your particular skills. However, it may be necessary. From mutterings I've overheard here and there, and some comments you've made directly, I understand you're able to alter the fidelity of a person's memories.
It's true. I can take things and I can move them around. I can access their mind and look through their memories as easily as, you scan through a data slate.
A disquieting but undeniably useful ability. We may have need of this. It will be difficult, I imagine, to conceal our nature from the locals, but it would be in our best interest if they don't ask such questions.
Yes, we're in agreement. I think that should we have anyone find any incriminating information about us, or at least witness any actions undertaken, I can handle them.
That is good. It may be more difficult for me to hide my off-world nature than others, but it seems that our companions are fond of weaponry that would be very difficult to explain on a world such as this.
I think it will only be a matter of time before we're exposed, but we'll try to come up with the best that we can, maybe conceal some of the things that they're proficient with, and in the best of cases, maybe we'll fly under the radar for a little bit.
And if we do not, in such a situation, how many can you affect?
One at a time. This is a limited power. It's not one where I can tap into an entire group and leave them all stunned. I need time to sit down with the person and access their mind and slowly wipe everything away. So I can do several, but it's going to take me quite a bit of time. And so we would want to limit the influence. We want to limit our wake once we land on the planet because there's only so much damage control that I can do.
Therefore, should we be discovered, would you say it is in the best interest of the Emperor, the Omnisire, our Inquisitor, that any witnesses be dealt with in a more final manner?
I would ask the heretics back on Arnhouse how I feel about that. Anything is worthwhile so long as the Emperor is protected.
I nod. And it's clear that I've said my piece and I've got the answers that I want, and I go to leave.
Okay. So, requisitions, what do you want to grab?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Do you want your fuel plate?
Yes. Can we do
Okay.
that?
So what is the availability on feudal plate armor?
Scarce.
So -10. Okay. You are going, however, to a feudal world where that stuff is significantly more common than most of the Imperium, so it does have a +10, so they basically cancel out. So the way that, basically, if you're requisitioning something, the way a requisition roll works for you at home is you roll a stat called your influence. This stat you cannot grow using XP, it only grows narratively. Finishing the last mission, they all got +1 influence. So, there's a -10 because of the item's rarity. Feudal plate is scarce, which is a -10, but there's a +10 because it's feudal plate, this is a feudal world. So, yeah, roll your influence.
Oh boy. Now you said we get 2 chances at this, or is it just 1 chance?
You get 2 influence rolls per mission is the sort of homebrew rule we've got in place.
Gotcha.
So you can do it once, you can do it twice if you want.
So close.
So close.
No.
What the hell is that?
Hacks.
What?
Hacks.
What?
Never
No.
lucky rubber ducky.
Dude. That's...
Lyco 28 is my
it's all
influence.
good. You know what? We're just gonna kidnap some fool who has this shit, and we're gonna beat it out of him. We're gonna take it. That's what's gonna happen. Might be the wrong size though.
That was
Okay.
glorious.
anyone else?
Anyone
like to
else?
get anything?
I'll roll for the same thing, actually. It seems suitable.
What, feudal plate?
Yeah.
Bear in mind that does reduce your agility to 25 when wearing it.
Yeah, my agility's 25, so works out for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I do remember Cash is not moving very far.
That's a 41.
You can do it,
Right,
man. It's
yeah.
a 1 in 4. No.
No.
Nope.
44, no. Brando, is there anything you want to get?
Brando, you still there? Brando is deceptively still.
Brandon may have
Dum-dum?
crashed. On his end, not ours. So it's
Oh
not just
yeah, he left the call.
Brando.exe.
There we go.
He's fine.
Okay.
See, this is he was a deserter. We gotta watch out. He just tried to desert us too.
Man, he's
Okay,
just a
everyone's-
stream.
Crashed.
While we were on this call to the planet to see if they can requisition this shit, someone took out Brander. That guy caught up with him and popped him. He's gone.
Telling you.
Can we
I'm
make
just
that
like, as
canon?
you're doing this, Brandon just gets in a shuttle and just flies at launch bay.
Uh-oh,
a
that's
terrible idea
good
when
for
you
Half
cameras.
of this, can half of this be him rolling a new character? Can we just make this canon? He just got assassinated. We showed up. He's gone.
Yeah, pretty
He's
much.
a victim of the warp.
Oh yeah, all the cameras are messed up now.
Yeah, basically,
As soon as he
Carolinus,
comes back.
if you want to do your requisition rolls, and if he doesn't come back by then, I'll start messing with cameras.
Okay, before I do that, would Carolinus, looking at the data slate, would he be able to discern whether someone walking around with a musket, like, are they militia? Is being armed with something like a rifle, and you know, a thematically appropriate rifle, is that
It
considered?
would be like, well, you're walking around with a rifle on a hive world. It would be like, why are you doing that? It's not necessarily always illegal, especially on like feudal world where the laws are a lot more lax. It would be a case of it's not necessarily legal unless like the local militia think it's illegal, but then you've got credentials that should be fine if you need. But you could get away with it. It would draw some attention.
And also looking through the information, what kind of medical facilities and practitioners are typical on this world?
Not many.
I imagine they
Nothing
have
you
doctors,
would-
they have...
Nothing you would call modern medicine by any stretch
No,
of the
of course.
imagination.
Come on, Avac, you've played Crusader
Effectively,
Kings
what,
too.
what Carolinus is looking for is a way to be that kind of person. Like, would especially, you know, kings and nobility, that sort of thing, especially high dignitaries, have a personal physician? It was common
Yeah,
enough
they
in
would have a
Roman time.
personal physician. They might also be able to pull enough strings if they are high enough rank that they could possibly get someone from off-world. But that would be pushing it. Most of the time, the doctors themselves do tend to be just medicine men. People would be like, right, or just pack your wound with sugar and and just like a bit of tar it
Well,
up to make sure it gets antiseptic.
Would I be able to glean any sort of information on the kind of garb and, sort of pouches, things like that medicine would have? Because I would like to requisition something that would allow him to disguise himself better as someone of that profession.
Sure, if you pass those messages along, then the robes that you get will effectively be somewhat along those lines. There doesn't seem to be any sort of formal wear for medicine men, in those of you what you know, but beyond that...
Okay, what would I need to roll for a requisition roll for effectively the correct kind of clothing to be able to pose as a physician, a personal physician of some dignitary?
It's basically just formal wear. There's no sort of set uniform, so effectively the formal wear that is suitable for someone of that status, standing, will be provided for you because you asked. Since they are providing you some wear anyway, but there's nothing set. There's no uniform.
Okay. So would I just count one of my requisitions as being that, or is that?
No. That's 3. They would provide clothing for 3.
Well, given that, then there's nothing that I would like to requisition out of this, because everything seems like it would raise or rather reduce our subtlety. So he may as well just roll with a concealed pistol that he can use in a pinch.
Sure.
That, he's full of mechanical arms. If anyone really looks too close, he's busted no matter what he does. So.
Okay.
You get to be our hunchback, though.
Sanctuary! Sanctuary! Spend the whole trip just banging on church doors.
Branda, do you want to requisition anything?
Hello. I would like a flintlock pistol,
Okay.
which I
standard
did
or
have up
multi-barrel?
until everything crashed.
Would you like a standard flintlock or a multi-barrel flintlock?
I will go for the standard.
Okay, so I believe that's a +10.
You should get 2 of them. That way you can have them on a brace, just like old pirates, where you just pull a gun and shoot and drop over and over again. That's the coolest.
Let me just double check. Flintlock, pistol. +10, +20 on feudal, so you'll be at +30 for this test.
Okay. Damn it.
With +30, that's so harsh.
Man, requisition rolls today are not great.
Oh.
I'll try again.
Okay, go for it.
See if we get enough. See if we get the same again. There we go.
Yes,
There it
and you
is.
pass with 2 degrees of success. Which does not get you any more extra ammo. So you get effectively the flintlock pistol and the standard 2 clips, which is effectively 2 shots.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. When requisitioning a weapon, you get a extra clip for every 2 degrees of success past the first. So 3rd, 5th, 7th. You got only 2 degrees of success. You didn't get any extra.
Okay.
Sadly. Well,
Can I request more then?
if you had another requisition roll, which you don't.
I never actually used my ones from last week.
Okay, I'll let you use one. Since it is just for flintlock ammo, sure. When requisitioning ammo, every degree of success is an extra clip. And ammo
So do I just do the same roll?
Another +10, because it's requisitioning ammo is 10 easier than the gun itself.
So it's +40 this time?
Yeah.
You can
I find
always
it-
just smack him with it.
I find it funny that we're going to arrive on the planet and you'd be like, I used all of the force of the Inquisition to get you 2 bullets. Like, God damn it.
Literally, you're going to get there. What are you getting? A flintlock pistol and 2 bullets. No one could get anything. Everybody failed
I'm
the
the-
requisition rolls. It was awful.
The pistol and swords guy. I can fire 2 shots.
Requisition anything.
See, here's the thing though. We have money, right? Can't we just go to a local shop once we get there and see if we can get this stuff, or does this count as our attempt?
This counts as your attempt. Because when you get there, you would need to pull on your certain privileges, your effectively your stipend to be converted into local currency to be done. So this is effectively it. And I've effectively said the person will get it for you to save from having to do shopping trips in the middle of the game.
If you ask Caroline
No
really
shopping.
nicely, he won't have any problem walking into a shop, murdering everyone with cyber octopus arms, and then walking
see-
out with the infantry shop.
I'm okay with this.
Dark Heresy First Edition did this a lot better. Like, you just had money, and you were like, yes, I want this thing. here is my money.
Yeah. I prefer Dark Heresy First Edition for the early game. The late game, Requisition makes sense. The early game...
Yeah. The late game, when you are literally so well known, people will literally just give you things.
It's like, oh,
Then
I
it
need
makes a lot
to
more sense.
buy a bolt pistol. It's like, really? I'm Lord Sector Commander. Sure. But yeah, okay, so unfortunately, your Minister contact tells you that most of the weaponry has been already handed out to local militia. Most of the standing armies around the place do seem to be bulking up their defenses because they're a little bit worried about infighting, so one side gets weaponry, so the other side gets weaponry, all the neighbors get weaponry, so they're a little bit short on arms and supplies currently, since that is effectively what you asked for.
Well, it looks like we're stuck with what we have.
However, 2 weeks later, you do make it to Iridian. The Navy catapults into orbit, and your Navy pilot takes you down. Slowly as you pass through the cloud layer, you see a world below you that is fairly reminiscent of most Terran-type worlds. There are oceans, there are good tracts of land, there are a few blots here and there where it looks like they're very browned earth, sort of just bare, scavenged desert that seems to be much more reminiscent of any sort of industrial or forge world. It looks very much older and is totally, as far as you can tell, not colonized. However, as you get lower and lower in the atmosphere onto the night side, you notice a small speck in the distance which gets larger and larger until you notice what appears to be a city. Not a city by the standards of some of you who come from much bigger worlds, or... I'm trying to think who actually came from bigger worlds. There are two of you who came from bigger worlds, certainly. One of you having come from space, the other one from another feudal world.
To be fair, my ship probably had a higher population anyway.
Possibly.
But would a summary of this city be that it's the Imperial's footstep on this planet, and it's basically kind of up to Imperial standards,
Nope.
and the rest of everything around it is not? No?
Nope.
Okay.
As you go past the city, you notice that you can just about make out that the city is a lot more populated than you would think. The small lights here and there tend to be torches and lanterns, rather than the normal glow of city lights all over the place. And you notice an impending sheer castle brick wall in front of you, made from giant shaped boulders of stone rather than any actual masonry normally that you would associate. Nothing particularly advanced. Garrett, actually, you are familiar with this. It would be a very large but fairly typical sort of stone-built castle. As you go over the lip, you notice that the inside of this area that has got 5 walls around it is in fact a lot more modern. The insides are plasteel and concrete. There's a couple of orbital insertion craft landed here, and you pull down next to them with a throng of people going around. There's some Navy personnel. There seems to be some guards and arbites. And there is, in fact, at least one tech priest you can see in the distance with a couple of mechanites working on one of the landed spacecraft. The rear ramp opens with a hiss of steam, and you smell what appears to be a feudal world of quite standard proportions for Garrett. Everyone else, there is certainly a pungent smell of manure in the distance, along with the more local smells of a little bit of engine oil and coolant from the engine itself. And you step off the craft, you're in a new world.
Ah.
On the trip here in the 2 weeks, would Garrett have made small talk or discussed the fact that he's from a world similar to this with the rest of the group at all?
Oh, yeah, I definitely would have brought this up with Cassius, because he spoke to me on the last trip out there. He at least made a freaking effort to get to know me. The rest of you guys are aloof as hell, though. But yeah, we would have had a little small talk with Cassius. Maybe discuss what my world was like. Maybe it would be something similar enough. But I've never heard of this world, so it's hard to really give any good information on it.
Okay, well, I disembark. Though I seem halting, as if I'm waiting for Cassius to take the lead.
Cassius steps out, not having had a low stick in quite a bit, lights up real fast before stepping down the ramp, and has a look around. I'm going to use an inquiry to see if I can figure out who was our contact on the planet. Who are we looking for?
Prefect Allad.
Prefect Allad. Okay. I'm going to use inquiry to see if I can figure out the location of Prefect Allad.
Sure.
Are there any pluses or minuses?
There's probably like plus 30. The people around here probably are familiar, or at least some of them are, with where Prefect Allad is.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's 3 degrees of success. Quite quickly, you go and you ask around, and a couple of native personnel point you to some of the Arbites, and the Arbites say, yeah, the Administratum section is that wall over there. And you find that the walls are actually very thick buttresses, so thick in the fact that they have rooms in them. One entire face of the Pentagon is in fact made up of Administratum officials, and you walk in and you go through effectively these concrete blast doors, and then you start seeing cognites, rows of them, banks of scribes and data slates just working through material. There are lecterns filled with bits of old parchment, wax seals next to people who are trying to furiously type it into the actual cognites themselves so that they can process information. This is what it looks like when Administratum officials have to take tithes from a planet that has not really got past the Quillen ink. You ask around a bit more, and you eventually find your way up to one of the offices, which is marked on the outside as belonging to Prefect Allad of the Adeptus Administratum.
Okay. Is the door open?
It is closed.
I knock on it several times.
Come in.
I slide the door open and hold it for my companions to go through.
Okay. And as you all file in, you notice that the man behind the desk is wearing what appears to be sort of greyish robe with banding along one side that seems to indicate some sort of rank or formality. Along with this, the man seems to be pretty much roughly middle-aged, about 40-ish as far as you can tell. You don't know about any Juve treatments the guy's had. Sort of browning hair that seems to be sort of losing at the front. Seems a little bit weathered, and you would guess from the sunken eyes like he hasn't much sleep recently. Are you the visitors I sent to expect?
I step forward and I go, "Indeed I am, Prefect Allad," and I give him kind of a low bow.
Whilst they're conversing, is the desk the prefect has, does it have like paperwork or any kind of work on it?
It is covered in a combination of parchment, some more modern sort of papier sort of dossier stuff, along with data slates, and then the desk itself actually has an inbuilt cognite unit that you can see one screen is sort of propped open on the side.
While I stand back, would I be able to specifically train my attention on the desk, just looking for any indication of just any interesting information, like things that are going wrong that aren't just record keeping?
Sure. Okay, yeah, you can study this for a little while, looking at effectively every single word that is visible to you, and we'll come to that in a minute once you manage to process that information. Sorry, I don't actually have any of your names.
Of course. You may address me. I'm Cassius. This is Carolinus. This is Garrett. And this is Brander, I say, pointing to each person in the group. We've been sent on behalf of the We've been sent on behalf of the Administratum to assist you as you go through this power transition. We've heard that you've lost a local planetary governor or something of the sort, and our job is just to facilitate and lubricate the process of moving from one to the next. Yeah, the count-elect. Although I was to understand that we were perfectly sufficiently equipped at the moment to be able to do that. They're flying in some more officials from off-world. What position do you have within the Administratum? What is your training? My training is simply as a diplomat. I'm mostly here to speak and just make sure that communication is smooth in between parties. As for the remainder of my group, some of them are warriors, and as you can see here, we also have a tech priest with us to assist with any technological issues you may have, but I'm not sure.
Make a deceive roll at +10.
Sure.
Go, face, go!
As he mentions that, and actually addresses me as a tech priest, my robes kind of unfurl and the mechadendrites just uncoil. And it's as if I'm relieved to not have to have this bulk just wrapped around me.
I make room for them.
I'm
going to go ahead and
shuffle.
I'm going to fate that one.
Okay, first fate point of the night is already out the door.
It's my job. I mean, you know.
Okay, how many degrees of success is that for?
What's that?
You can automatically succeed on... Oh, doesn't apply to deceive checks?
No, it's charm, interrogate, intimidate, and command.
Okay.
that I can
so you have to roll
automatically
again.
pass.
Okay.
Which is kind of funny because I don't even have command as a skill, and yet I can automatically pass at it using my special ability.
That's
Try
pretty
this
convenient.
again.
So the reroll also fails.
Not in the
3
cards.
worse. He side-eyes you a bit, but sort of shakes his head and goes, I mean, your credentials check out, so who am I to argue? Sure. Am I to assume you're in my chain of command? Am I meant to give you orders, or are you meant to freewheel, or am I meant to report to you?
As far as I understand, there is no real chain of command here. Instead, we're supposed to be working in tandem in order to make everything go smoothly. I will defer to you, however, as you have experience on this planet, and feel free to send us where you think you need us in order to get this done properly.
Okay. Well, quite frankly, still going okay at the moment. The actual vigil of the counts is not scheduled for another, I don't know, 2 weeks, so quite frankly, there's not much to do at the moment. I mean, if you want to pop over to the old Count-Elect's house, they're currently going through all the belongings, currently sending off most of them, pawning them off. You could check out there, see how people are getting on. I believe a couple of the prospective Count-Elects have come by to give their condolences, etc. I mean, those who have travelled from further away, of course, they have to come by some of the local beasts, I believe, mostly horses of some description.
Has the body of the Count-Elect been examined for any foul play as of yet? Or has it been determined all be on the level?
As far as I know, I believe that the Medici around here have given it a proper, modern autopsy, or at least a cursory autopsy. It appears the guy just died from exhaustion, as far as I can tell. Nothing really suspicious. No knife wounds, no poisons detected in the system, no gunshots, etc. Modern or primitive. Seems to be
Did
just
the Count
a
have
gave out eventually.
Did the Count have any enemies or anyone that would have liked to have succeeded him? Was his position contested hotly, or was he just largely accepted as the authority figure around here?
You must be new to this. Yeah, well, being planetary governor, I mean, they can call it Count-Elect whatever they want. There's always going to be people wanting the position of you. Especially when, you know, the Imperium's just made contact again, and they've got a lot riding on this. The position of Count-Elect on a planet such as this, with contact with the Imperium, holds a lot more power than it does on most worlds.
You'll forgive my ignorance. Unfortunately, I travel to many worlds, and sometimes the customs are strange, and some are more unruly and less likely to be ruled than others, so I simply wanted to solidify my understanding.
Yeah, of course. And the way he says of course, he's just like, yeah, you know, whatever. Kind of like, not offhand, like, to be, like, rude, but he doesn't really fully believe you, but he understands that, you know, you've got good credentials. Yeah, well, if you want to check there, I can provide you a map. And he sort of rifles through the papers in front of you and pulls out a heavy parchment. That seems to have been done in some quite fancy but primitive calligraphy. Garrett, you would think this was a quite nice map. Quite well done. The rest of you will be like, what is this? Like parchment? What?
Is this a pirate treasure?
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, it dumps that in front of you. And he also then produces a sack nearby. I believe this is the stuff that you were asked some of my acolytes to get. I've been leaving it in my room for the moment, but if you want to take it off my hands, there should be some robes in there. I believe one of you asked for some robes belonging to, suitable for a medic man or something. Some in there. The rest of it is somewhat middle class. And I believe there is also a flintlock in there. One of the few remaining in the city.
Whilst I'm moving through the sack, I very quickly find the flintlock and hand it over to Brander,
I take it and examine it a bit.
along with 2 bullets that I draw out one at a time.
And
Drop him into his hand.
there is a tiny little bag of powder and a ramrod as well. It's
Draw
look
these
at-
out as well.
Slightly puzzled. And just examine it for a bit.
I whisper,
I'm-
aim well. Don't miss.
I'm completely
He calls
unaware
it
of
a
this.
data
I
slate.
am already up in that map's face, and I'm
Okay.
touching it and looking at it. And I'm looking at Prefect Allad. I'm like, where are we on this?
You notice the large bastion over there with the 5 sides that's marked with the Imperial Aquila. That would be us. And the rest of the town is sprawled around, as you can see there. You can see the Count-Alex residences over there. It sort of gestures on the map, which is about 600 meters from here. It's not actually that far. And then further along, up one of the hills on the other side of town from here, is the basilica. It is quite an impressive construct of cut stone, although most of you would be like, that's actually pretty small by Imperial standards for especially some of our worlds.
Would it still look good though even by our standards? Is it like a
decent.
quaint, picturesque?
It's quaint and picturesque. It would be large by the standard of anything else in this entire city, apart from the bastion itself, which you're currently in, which is... You get the sense that this was built using local masonry on the outside, but everything internal is modern Imperial. It's filled with plasteel, concrete. There seems to be some sort of support beams going through it. The entire place seems to be much more on the inside. But Allard goes on. And also, I did ask around about getting some plate done. Unfortunately, I could only find one place, and they weren't really taking many orders. I managed to eventually convince them that they'd be doing the Emperor's work, etc. And they did say that they would, but it would take some time. So there is a suit of plate coming, but it won't be ready for probably at least a week or so.
This is where everyone in chat who keeps giving E a hard time for being a nasty GM says, "Oh, well done, E. You do have a soul after all."
Well, it was a fail of 2, and it was a fail of 2 the second time. Yeah.
I know. That was so bad.
I have to take some small amount of pity on you, because later it's greater demons and Tyranids. What can I say? Yeah, that's a little way off. But
Prefect Allard, do you offhand know of any of these people who are coming to the meeting? Have any of them been troublemakers in the past? Have you had any issues with them at all?
Count Bergman, he was one of the more rich counts, and especially got a neighboring region to himself. He might be someone that you'd be looking at likely as a target. He's certainly been making all hell of the administratum, trying to get favourable coverage from us and being able to get us to site a lot of our more smaller outposts. Thus far, we haven't really been paying much attention. We've just been setting down the one bastion so far and still working on measuring the ties. Ultimately, actually, the place seems pretty poor in terms of most things, but at least it's got a reasonable population of hardy warriors that we may eventually train for the guard. Beyond that...
Do you suspect anyone has been ducking the tithe?
We haven't really started implementing it yet. Beyond that, the only tithe that we've been rigorously enforcing is, of course, the Psyker tithe, but if we're completely honest, in the last 17 years we've been here, I've got 2 Psykers on the books that we've taken to the black ships, and I've got a reported 297 witches stoned to death or drowned or burned at the stake by the actual population themselves. Most of them, I assume, were just people who just, fell on the wrong side of the mob, or people didn't like, or maybe had a cat that crossed the wrong way in front of them on one day. They're a superstitious bunch. But then again, when the psych is involved, who can blame them?
I cast a long glance at Cassius.
All this while, I'm just working through this sack, just checking over the contents. Whilst, now that my mechadendrites are out, the optical mechadendrite has just continued looking over the desk.
Sure. Make a... it would be a scrutiny check, because you'd have to be checking in detail.
Okay. And scrutiny, intelligence, or fellowship or perception, rather.
Perception.
Okay. Right, that will be a plus 10, because this is a vision-based perception test. Is it right to have the plus 10 from my optical mechadendrite?
Yes, yeah. 34
Nice.
35. Yeah, you do manage to pick up some basic local knowledge. Couple of bits of information here or there. Certainly some background information on the world itself, which seems to be very much in detail about the amounts of grain that they could possibly ship, the amounts of people that they could possibly ship. Some more local reports about the movement of certain administratum officials around the world to be able to properly cover things. There's one person who's constantly being asked to see if he can requisition a ground car, however is repeatedly turned down and told that he has to take the local transportation mode of horse. Beyond that, nothing particularly in detail catches your eye, but it may come in useful later. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Right, well, if there's anything else, would you want accommodation here in the Bastion, or would you want accommodation down in the town? I've arranged to have an inn, have some bunks in case you wanted that.
I should think the Bastion would be best.
Right, the Bastion is. We've got some rooms available in the administratum quarters.
I look up as he, this conversation continues. If it would be possible, for the sake of posterity and our records, might I have a look at the corpse?
Sure. You'll have to go down and ask in town. I believe it is currently on display in the basilica. The autopsy having already been performed, but should you be able to convince them to give you an extra try? I mean, you can say that the administratum signed off on it, and I'll write you something to that effect. And he quickly pulls out a pot of ink and a quill. This quill is actually made of metal and has some more technological features to it. It does seem to function and write, calligraphically speaking, like a normal quill, as he quickly writes out something that none of you can read, because I don't believe any of you have High Gothic. No.
He pulls out a quill,
surprising.
and it's got a laser in it.
Because we have ourselves a noble, and he still doesn't have High Gothic.
Yeah, that really seems like an oversight on the part of the game. Like, how would a nobleman not have High Gothic? Like, it just
Parents
doesn't
didn't
make
love you
sense.
enough to educate you.
Yeah, your
under the
parents
stairs.
didn't love you enough to spend your XP at character creation on High Gothic. And then he
Guess
pulls
so.
out a wax seal and some wax, puts the wax on, stamps the wax seal, which you notice is the seal of the administratum, with an intertwined.
Wax on, wax off.
The wax stays on, and then hands it to you. That should get you access, and should brook no argument with them if you want to be able to have access to the body. It just says that effectively we need to have another look for the sake of measuring the tithes, etc., to ensure the purity of the nobility here. Although in more flowery language, so they don't get annoyed that we're questioning their blood. Anything more I can do for you?
I nod as I receive the parchment gratefully.
Thank you for your assistance. We greatly appreciate it. If anything else should come up, be aware we are your servants and we are at your call, so let us know if anything else pertinent comes up and we'll take care of it.
Sure.
We'll see you when next we meet.
Do you have a Vox speed or something I can contact you on?
I do. I give him my microbeat information.
Yeah, and he takes it and he enters it into his desk and... Alright, awesome. If I need to contact you, I can get you any time with this, so it should be fine. We've got a very powerful high-gain transmitter in here, so you should be good.
Fantastic. I look forward to it. We'll start our investigation on the morrow.
Okay. I'll have one of my scribes show you. Bernard? Yeah, come over here. And one of the little scribes runs forwards. It looks like he's probably only about 16 or so. Hi, yeah, can I help you? You want... Yeah, okay, I'll show him to the... Oh, follow me to your bunks. And he sort of runs off up some of the stairs nearby, which go slowly up spiraling, and then shows you to 2 rooms, each of which have 2 beds bunked in them.
Do we pass anything like an armory on the way?
No, you're in the administratum section. You pass
Damn it.
many cognates, many scribes, some of them with like added mechanical protuberances which you use to write, some of which have like quills and ink ready, just going. There's a lot of people milling about, handing out parchment. Some people complaining about the damp leak in one of the rooms that seems to have wet some of the parchment and ruined the ink, and it's terrible. But there's no armory. No.
It's just serious first world problems.
Very much.
Upon coming into the bunk rooms, I sit down heavily on one of the bunks, and I start fiddling with my boot. It appears as though I've picked up a particularly nasty chunk of manure, and using the end of a dagger, I'm trying to work it free.
I sit down and take out the pistol and start looking down it and working things out, seeing where
into
the
the room.
gunpowder goes in.
I move
Okay.
into the room with Cassius and immediately start to properly look through the robes and various vestments that I've been given.
Okay.
Could I have a description of them so I know what my character's going to look like?
So
when
your
dressed?
robes are effectively a red trimmed with silver around the edges, and then there's a small symbol of the Medicae, which is a somewhat bastardized form of the one used in the Imperium generally. It appears that the population used the one 2 millennia ago before they got caught in a warp storm, and it is somewhat devolved from there. It's sort of a winged protuberance with two intertwined snakes going up.
Okay. Is there anything else? Any kind of I think, as I said, like a tool belt or perhaps
there's a
book or anything
pouch
like that?
with sort of pouches off to the side that you can wear slung over your waist. In addition, each of you has a rucksack that you can use to store whatever you want. Along with that, there is a variety of different type of hemp sacks and sackcloths and rolls that you can use to hide anything up to and including chainsaws and rifles in, if you wish. However, if you do choose to retrieve something from that, it wouldn't exactly count as readied. Just bear that in mind.
Would just OOC question: would I be able to conceal my las pistol at all? Because it's supposedly in a holster on his belt.
Yeah, the robes you have are suitable enough that you could conceal it inside the robes. You would, however, not be counted as ready to draw it, because it would be where is it? There we go. Pull it out. It's not designed to do that, and you don't really have a holster set for that. But yes, you can conceal that.
Okay, well, I spend a bit of time removing my Adeptus Mechanicus robes and then wearing the Medicae robes, and with specific focus on trying to work my mechadendrites around my body as best I can in a way that would appear, using my Medicae knowledge, that would genuinely appear that I've just got a hunch on one of my shoulders. So I'm coiling them in a very specific way rather than just wrapping them around myself. I've also got my hand cannon that is beneath the robes, but I make a point of drawing them close in order to try and conceal and draw the belt around.
Make a deceive check at plus 20.
Okay. Is this fellowship or intelligence?
It would be fellowship, unfortunately.
Okay.
Pretty sure it'd be fellowship. Yes, it would be. You manage it so well, it doesn't even look like you've got much of a hunch at all. If anything, you just look like maybe you've just worked a long day in the field and you just, holding yourself a little bit odd.
Slightly stooped.
Yeah. But
Okay.
you don't even look like you're particularly hunchbacked at all. No. You're pretty good.
Hooray! You're not disabled.
Okay, well, that's a better result than I was expecting.
Yeah. You
Fun.
sort of
Different-
effectively, you pad it out of a little bit of sackcloth in places so it doesn't look like it's particularly bumped, more like it's just, you're holding yourself a bit funny.
Maybe you're just particularly a lumpy man. Maybe you're just big boned, so it's all in the right proportion.
Yeah.
Well, Hunchback's just big boned. It's just one big spot.
I keep my Medicae sort of tome, which I've usually got chained to my belt. I actually just attach that to the outside on the tool belt and just, add to the appearance of a Medicae. But I keep my hood fairly low down, specifically to hide the scars and the sort of wires that are around my eye as best I can. So the hood is quite low at this point.
Yeah, there is in fact a face mask. It's a ceramic one-piece face mask.
Oh, is it kind of like the leper masks that were worn?
Yeah, except the nose itself is hooked, deeply hooked, rather than actually straight with this one.
So more along the lines of Plague Doctor mask?
Yeah, sort of like that. It's not quite as long, but it is hooked over, and it comes down to roughly about there.
Okay.
Would my original clothes fit in on this world, or is the robe necessary?
Your clothes, because you've been off-world for a long time, probably are a lot more modern. Your chainmail armor would suffice. Your body glove would not. You can, however, wear the body glove under a lot of stuff. However, you will not have the head done up. That'll have to be chopped away. So your head will count as unarmored. And provided you wear gloves over the hand bits, and then you make sure you're wearing high leather boots, you should be fine. Assuming your chainmail covers your legs, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you should be fine.
Cool.
Effectively, you could just like wear like a tabard over the top.
Right, so I'll keep the stub automatic hidden on my person. I guess I'll just wear the flintlock pistol in view. Would my armor be hideable, or is it like too bulky?
What's your armor?
It's what is it? It's a flat coat.
You could wear it under a robe, so you could wear effectively like a monk's robe or something. You wouldn't be able to wear it under sort of a more noble outfit. A more noble outfit you wouldn't be able to fit a coat under.
I'll pass on the armor then, and I'm sure this won't go horribly wrong later.
Okay.
And I look for a way to try and hide the chainsword and make it look like something a person would be carrying, wrapping it up and such.
Yeah, the most you can do is effectively make it like a bedroll that you're carrying around with you. It's not unheard of. Or
In the case of
possibly something longer. I don't know. Cassius?
in the case of the flat cloak, since it's already a cloak like a robe, I could just throw something over the top of that, right? And it would just look like more robing underneath robing.
Well, it's a coat, so it's sort of like an upper body thing.
Yeah, Cassius has a cloak though.
Oh, I see.
It's a light one too, so I assume it's a little
probably
thinner.
Manage it. If someone gets a close look, they will notice the weave and stuff are not like it's not coarse enough to be a local thing. But they'd have to get a closer look. Alternatively, you can roll it up, and you can basically have it on your back rolled up underneath the extra cloak, and then when you want, you can just let it fly, and then it'll count as armor.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it's up
that's
to you
fine,
whether you
yeah.
want to roll. Okay, so you roll it up and have it on your back.
I'm just going to mention to Carolinus that he looks amazing. I couldn't even tell that he has those weird snaky arms.
And this, I chuckle.
Did you use the term weird snaky arms when you said it? You're like, weird snaky
I
arms.
don't know the proper term for this.
Your back snakes.
I take this in my stride. I'm growing used to Garrett's.
But the question
Idiosyncrasies.
is, in the need of an instant, would you be able to use them?
In that I could uncoil them from myself.
It would take a half action to be able to get them fully out instead of a free action. But yes.
You can't have him
Cool.
break out like Hulk Hogan style, like he's sitting there and all of a sudden they're just like rip straight
out.
through the clothing. Yeah.
It is harder to break through like sack clothing and like than you believe.
To be fair,
but
one
yes.
of them has got a chain scalpel.
Yeah, effectively it would take a half action to go and then out.
I'm going to say that unless I specifically say I want to like break out like Hulk Hogan or whatever.
Actually,
I will.
You should be able to do it as a reaction because they act at the same time as you do. So yeah, you can use it as a reaction.
That's
I will say
fantastic.
that unless I specifically say I want to just rip open my cloak, I'm going to carefully unfurl my robe with my macadendrite arms. Waste not, want not.
Yep, that is fair enough. Anything else you wants to do before you bed down for the night?
I'm gonna take a walk about the town in the evening, and I'm gonna run inquiry as for information on the way that the different counts and lords are perceived about town.
Okay.
Just sort of asking questions at taverns and stuff like that.
You will need to make a
Speaking
deceive
to-
roll then at plus 50 because you made a good effort.
Okay. What am I
I'll be able to
deceiving?
have. Would I
your
be able
outfit.
to go with Cassius?
Sure.
Maybe we should all go.
Yeah. Cassius, you look suitably medieval. If you're all going, Branda, Garrett, can you roll me your deceive?
This
Garrett,
is where it
because you're
all
kinda
falls
used to
apart.
This, you get a plus 60 instead of plus 50.
Pardon?
Garrett gets plus 60. Branda, you only get a plus 40 instead of a plus 50 because you have a chainsword on you. That's fine. Is that with a plus 40?
Might fate that. I'll fate it. Or is it deceive? It was 40, wasn't it?
Yeah, plus 40. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
With a fate roll, you managed to pull it off. You all
It
head
slipped
into
out for a
town.
second and I stuffed it back in.
Just
Nobody
about
saw
as
it.
you're going through
It's
the
like
door
back
on
here
the way
goes
out.
ying. It just makes like a little chainsaw sound for a second. Shut up, ying.
But yeah, you managed to head into town. as far as you know, no one seems to gather that you're anything other than just a band of interesting middle-class nobles of the area. Make your inquiry roll.
Okay. Any pluses or minuses?
What are you asking about?
I'm just asking. I'm looking for information about the various lords that are all vying for the position of the new count-elect.
Okay.
And for any hearsay just about the whole situation, basically relations between lords.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it might be difficult for us to find people who actually know of these people if they're coming from far away.
Okay, yeah, so you got 2 degrees successor. So you go around, you ask, you schmooze in a few of the taverns nearby. You've made sure to cash in a little bit of your stipend here to make sure you've got some of the more local currency, which is effectively a bastardized form of the original throne or the imperial coin. This being a more local pressed variant, which is the quality is variable, and you doubt that the metal content is quite up to spec. However, you go around, you ask in a few taverns, etc., and you do learn a number of relatively interesting and uninteresting bits of information. So, firstly, you learn that the Count-elect who just died, his name was Merin Conrad, otherwise known as Conrad III, had been rumored to have a bastard child who had been exiled. Other than that, you don't really have much more information. The son would be about 19 now. You also learn that Count Bergman is currently the favorite to be the next Count-elect. You also learn that Berger Clouse Mets has recently bought a auction house and a tavern, having come into some money by being a particularly good businessman in the town. Then the information starts to get less and less important as I go on. You also learn that there's been a recent auction that went relatively well, and that the burger is currently quite heavily drunk in one of the corners of one of the taverns you go into. People saying, yeah, he's been splashing the money around, etc. You learn that one of the maids tends to sneak out to get a smoke outside when she's not meant to be on duty, etc. And then the information starts to digress from there.
Okay. Am I able to go talk to this burger?
Sure. You head over. The guy's probably about 50. So the Berger being effectively a member of the middle class who lives in a city in the feudal world. He's about 50. His hair's thinning, beginning to grey in certain places. His outfit is decent, sort of deep, sort of orangey brown with white trimming, but seems to be stained with the night's exuberances with the ale that is currently marinating on one side of his face at the same time as he sort of tries to pick himself up from the table.
Okay.
Yeah? What do you want?
You, sir, you look like a man who needs another ale.
Yeah!
Right. And
Yes.
I throw a hand up in the air for the bar wench or whoever it is here to bring more ales over.
Here you go, sir. Oh, thank you very much. You just hand her like a couple of coins.
I slide his drink over.
Thank you. Yes. He sort of downs half of it, puts it back down. Say, you've got an interesting face. I haven't seen this face around here. Can I interest you in something?
Something's a wide definition. What is it you have to offer?
Well, I've an inn. If you want to have a room. I've also got an auction house and a mine. I mean, if you're in the mood for ore, I've got some of the best silver ore on this side of Valos.
So business has been good.
Yeah, business very good. We had a big auction the other day and got loads of money from that. We had a load of the local counts. I believe actually most of the local counts stayed around afterwards because of the death of Conrad III afterwards.
I raise my drink slightly and I go,
Yes, he was a good man. Patron of my establishments. It's a shame he's gone. But,
so, seeing as you've had good fortune, what was it that you sold that brought on such a good fortune?
Oh, well, Well, we got a silver deal with the Ministorum for most of the ore that comes out of here for some of their silver shipments off-world. Although I'm not exactly sure what they're doing with it. The place up the hill, the big bastion, taking most of our silver, which is fine by me. They pay good. They pay in weird amounts, and they tend to ask if we were okay taking their more standardized coin, is what they call it. But man. Money's money, eh?
Indeed.
The inn's been going okay. Not particularly anything fancy, to be honest, but it makes good money. It's a good place to hang out. I'm only here at the moment because we're renovating the downstairs, you know, trying to get rid of the rat. Trying to make it look prettier. And yeah, the auction we had recently, we had a big exhibit of local artist talent. We had paintings, we had marble sculptures, we had some of these finely crafted doohickeys that one of the local machinists make. There was like even this box that you crank something and it plays like this weird tune. It was quite something.
I reach inside my shirt and I pull out a small emblem on a chain. And I turn the crank on it real fast, and it starts to play some music. And I'm like this one right here.
That is amazing. How did you get it so small? The mechanist would be interested to see this. I will pay you. I will pay you 20 silver for that.
It's a family heirloom. Some things, you have to have honor for your ancestors, and unfortunately,
very true. 30
family
silver.
heirloom. It's not for sale, my friend. It's not for sale. How about another ale?
Drive a hard bargain. 40 silver.
No silver, but I'll get you an ale just to salve the burn of the fact that I can't sell. How about that?
I will accept.
All right, and I raise my hand again for another ale.
You know,
which I then slide over to him.
Now he is eyeing that. Even it's under your shirt. Yes, thank you. He sort of downs remains of his own one, gets a new one, downs half of that immediately, puts it back on the table. Yes.
You said something about a metal doohickey.
Yes.
Do you know what its origin was or where it came from?
The mechanist makes them. He takes some of the local ores. Some of the ores, I believe, are in the realm controlled by Duchess Ludold. She's currently in town, actually, and
who bought the doohickey?
I believe that it was Bergman. Yes. Although to be fair,
does the machinist take new orders? I should be interested in seeing what it was.
Yeah, I imagine he would. Yes. I mean, Duchess Lutold herself actually is her what's the word? Sponsor. Patron, person who has the relationship of paying them and providing their lodgings. Anyway, so she is a patron of his works. So
should I contact the Duchess first if I wanted to procure his work, or should I just go contact him directly?
I think you'd be okay to contact directly. I don't see there being a problem with that. Yeah, this should be fine.
You know where I should find him?
Well, you'd have to travel a good 2 days northwest of here until you get to Altum. I believe that is where he is currently established. I don't believe the Duchess brought him in her entourage. I procured them for the auction via messenger. I didn't actually get the mechanist in personally. But his products are well renowned, and if you want me to ask and acquire something for you, I can do so for a very small, modest fee.
I'll think it over. I'll definitely think it over. I signal for another ale to the table. And I said, well, your companionship was greatly appreciated. My name's Cassius. What was yours?
Yeah,
I extend a hand out.
Mine. I'm Clouse Mets.
Well, Clouse, I must excuse myself for now because I have other business of the evening, but...
You haven't drank the ale, have you?
No.
You're leaving a drinking companion without finishing your drink?
I'm sorry, is that to your offense, I should finish it then, right?
Yes.
And so I finished the drink real fast.
You're not from round here, are you? Are you in town for the funeral?
I am indeed. I am indeed.
Must be one of those southerners.
They've got me running errands for the administratum, unfortunately. Just paperwork and things of that nature.
Yes. Ministratum. And he just falls face first.
I stand up and sort of brushing, at least attempting to brush the stink of the tavern off of my clothing. I kind of slap him on his shoulder as I walk out.
Hail. Yeah, and you walk out back to your waiting compatriots.
Well, I'm not sure if that was a positive interaction or not. It's hard to tell in between the burps and the hiccups whether or not anything he says is true or of value, but it would appear as though there's some kind of auction house around here that deals in mechanical objects and other flights of fancy that would probably be commonplace on our worlds, but for over here it appears to be something
I become
spectacular.
noticeably more animated, whereas up to this point I've more or less been standing still.
There's a countess who apparently has a machinist under her employ who creates some of these things, and he described a strange item, a mechanical item, which was sold to Bergman, who, as you know, is the current Count-elect's successor. He didn't say anything as to what the machine was or anything like that, but it's something to keep in mind.
Foul play.
I almost guarantee foul play. In all honesty, I come from a world where intrigues like these are very, very commonplace, and anytime someone dies who has a successor who seeks power, you need a thorough investigation to make sure that there's been no foul play. I would nearly guarantee it, regardless of what these surgeons have said.
A group at a nearby table look like they're off-duty guards by the look of it, although their colours don't really match many of the others you've seen around. One of them pricks his ear at a couple of the words you've been saying, not really managing to catch a full conversation because you're making sure you're talking in hushed tones, so you're not particularly overheard. He goes, "Sorry, I heard you talking about the machinist, and something about you wanting to procure an item or whatever."
Indeed. Do you know how I can get into contact with him?
I mean, he's not in town at the moment. I mean, if you, well-to-do fellas such as yourself and such, he sort of looks you up and down, noting by the sort of cut of your dress. Well, if you fancied, I guess you could get an audience with Duchess Luthold. She doesn't actually have much to do at the moment until the funeral. Just making sure that the Count's affairs are in order and so on, making sure that, things are going by the by. Yeah, you can talk to her if you want. I'm sure she'd be sure to put you in contact with a machinist.
Yeah, good man. Do you know where I can find her? And I hold up 2 silver coins.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's just over the road, actually, in the more upscale tavern. She's got, I think, the entire top section booked out as our rooms. You can't miss it. It's the Count's End, which is somewhat unfortunate at the moment, actually. I'm actually one of her personal guards. We're actually, he's gestured around to the boys. All of us are actually a guard retinue. Most of us have got the night off.
Yeah, I don't seem to know what you're suggesting. I apologize. It's been a long day and I've been in my cups.
I mean, if you wanna get hold of the mechanist, you can do so through the Duchess Luthold if you want. I mean, if you want to have a look at some of his items and his wares, she has quite a fine collection. I think she's brought a few of them.
Absolutely. Will you lead the way?
Well, it might be a bit inappropriate to go so late in the morrow. If you want, we could go.
We can always speak with them on the morrow.
Yes.
These good men have no doubt a desire to spend their little free time in the company of some fine ale. Perhaps we can facilitate that in thanks for their help.
Of course, I raise fingers and then I point them down at the table.
Oh, big spender, are we? Yep. All right. Oh, thank you very much. There you go. There you go. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, sure. Feel free to pop by tomorrow and make sure you've got some sort of documentation of privilege or wealth or status or whatever, and I'll make sure that we put you on the docket to see the Duchess.
Of course, I'll do just that, and I extend a hand.
Oh, thank you. The name's Rupert, by the way.
Cassius, pleasure to make your acquaintance.
All right. Thank you very much, Cassius. Have a good one.
See you tomorrow then. Yeah, you take it easy.
And he bows his head and gets back to talking with the rest of his group.
At that, I gesture to Cassius and the rest of the group. Perhaps now would be a time to retire.
Indeed. We need to talk to the
Agreed.
prefect to get that paperwork as well.
As I then move to stand, and provided my companions follow me, as soon as we're effectively outside of the tavern, I murmur, perhaps we can pay a visit to. I forget, what was the title of the person who died? What was the title?
Count-elect Merrin Conrad III.
Perhaps we could pay a visit to the Count-elect's tomb, his corpse. It may be advantageous that I have had time to look over the corpse prior to your meeting with the Duchess, especially if you suspect, as I imagine, that whatever this mechanical device was, it may have been used, instrumental in his demise.
Of course. It's late in the evening, and I motion to Garrett and Brandon. I say, would you two like to accompany him to make sure nothing happens over at the Bastille? I can go back and speak with Prefect Allad to get the paperwork that we need to prove our noble birth as well.
You could
for
perhaps
tomorrow.
make that request through the Vox bead. It may be advantageous if you specifically are there to present the paperwork, and I hold out the paperwork.
You raise a good point. I was simply worried he might be at rest, but seeing as we are servants of the Emperor, and on the micro bead, I raise him real fast and see if he's awake.
What is it? Can I help you?
Yes, our investigation has led us to need some paperwork that proves that our birth is of good standing.
You want some sort of writ of lineage.
Yes, just for myself. I don't think the whole group should need it.
That might be a bit suspicious. Sure, I can forge you something up if you want.
Would it by any chance be done on the morrow? Unfortunately, this is a one-shot meeting that requires it, and so...
I'll do it right now if you want. It'll be ready for you when you get back.
Thank you very much, Prefect. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, the Emperor serves in mysterious ways, and I haven't had much mysterious as you in a while, but at least it's something interesting on this godforsaken planet. The God Emperor has all interesting worlds under his domain.
All right. Well, I'll come to collect the paperwork a little bit later. Thank you.
Aye. And he signs off.
All right, then, to the Bastille.
I begin walking, but as we go, I turn to the whole group. Whilst my presence here is required, and it would seem prudent that Cassius perhaps has an interest in looking into the body, and his medicae, is his instrument in doing this. Your reasons for being here? That we do not get caught off guard by troublesome questions.
I'm simply part of a retinue. Bodyguards.
I mean,
Seems
Garrett,
believable to me.
to you, looks very much like part of a retinue right now. He is chainmail, a tabard. He is, however, missing a weapon. But he looks like he could be part of a retinue.
Fists are his weapon.
I've got some spare if he needs it.
Cassius, are we in agreement as to the deception? Perhaps even this could be worked into the paperwork. You mentioned that not all of us would be of noble birth, and we need a reason to be accompanying you.
Yes, that would work out fine. You are my physician. I suffer from some foul humor on occasion. Therefore, I like to have you close, and the other two are simply my bodyguards to make sure that the noble line doesn't get snipped off too soon by intrigue.
I nod at this.
Very well. Should we go take a look at the body?
Indeed.
And so we start to make off towards the Bastille, I guess.
Okay, so after a little bit of walking, passing through parts of town that well-to-do people probably wouldn't pass through, but you didn't really know which directions, which are the high roads, which are the nice roads, and which are the more slummy areas. You do at one point pass through an area that seems a little bit more downtrodden. You start to see people sort of sitting in the street, wearing little more than sacks. A lot of people obviously malnourished, swollen stomachs and gaunt faces. Flesh obviously having sunk after their bodies have started to metabolize their muscles. Nothing that a lot of you haven't seen before, however. And after a little bit of time, you do start finding your way out. However, I would all like you to make a intimidation check as people around you do start to like take note of your status and your obvious signs of wealth. And so just to be able to make yourselves look intimidating, like you're not to be picked on.
Okay, I have to use fate because I don't have the skill, and at a -40 I'd be rolling zeros or whatever, or -20 or whatever.
It will be an average across the group, so you could just accept a failure if you want.
Are there any modifiers given our group? Or anything like that? Are there any modifiers?
It'd be a +20.
And are you using weapon skill or strength?
It would be strength.
I do not cut a very intimidating figure right now.
Well, I mean, you've got a hunchback.
Yeah.
A concealed hunchback, but a hunchback. Yeah, I'm going to cash in a fate to take a success on mine with a bonus equal to my fellowship, which is 4.
Okay, so 4 degrees success for you. Garrett failed by 1, then 3, so 0. Branda passed with 2, and Caroline has failed by 4. So that's a 2 degrees of failure overall. About you, you notice that a few people are starting to move in around you, noticing that you seem to be a little bit lost.
I loosen my blade in its sheath.
We may want to pick up our pace.
Let's do so.
And as you begin to do so, couple of figures appear in front of you, and it looked like they were going to walk past you until they stopped and turned to look at you. One of them producing a short blade of some description, looks almost like a long knife, wearing very strung out, tattered brown sort of hemp tunic. Looks like you stumbled into the wrong part of town.
Looks like you may want to check your words.
Check my words.
My blade slowly slides out of the sheath.
Is there anything nearby that I could hide in?
No, you're unfortunately kind of a little bit obvious right now.
I would rethink your current course.
I step forward and put a hand on the pistol.
Cassius, make an intimidation check with +10 for Branda helping you.
Okay, I auto pass it with my fate.
Okay, that's a lot of fate you're chucking, but
yeah, as you know, if you got it, flaunt it.
And then die later. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Enough the effort. Let him go, boys. We'll get the next lot to come through. Just watch where you tread.
And you as well. Have a nice evening. And I turn on a boot heel and turn back towards my path.
And you pass unmolested by the group. As you look behind you, you notice there were 5 individuals who now clumped around. And it seems that the individual you talk to is now about to get the shit kicked out of him, let's be completely honest. You make your way up towards the basilica, the large stone cathedral sitting on top of a hill. And as you get closer, you start to hear chanting coming from within. You get
Is
to the
there
door.
anyone standing at the door that's like
Nope.
stopping entry or anything?
The doors are propped open.
Okay, I enter.
You enter, and as you enter, you notice that inside is lit with hundreds, if not thousands, of candles. Arrayed on each side, every pew has a candle. Down the center, there are candles lighting the path towards a group of what appear to be priests chanting, and then around what appears to be a central body propped up on top of a marble plinth, which appears to be the count-elect of Conrad III.
I'm going to step to the side of the door, and I'm going to do a Psyniscience check inside the church.
Okay, sure.
Man, they really went all out for this guy.
Yeah. This never works, but I'm going to try.
Wow.
That would be
Oh, yay!
4 degrees success. Yeah, so you do a science check. There is nothing noticeably out of the ordinary in here. It appears to be a place where there are people emotional sometimes, reverent sometimes, calm the other times. It's a bit of a mix of all different types of emotions. Beyond that, nothing particularly untoward here. No spikes in the warp or anything. The place seems to be a divine and thoughtful place of devotion.
While Cassius is doing that, can I make an awareness check, just a general check
Sure.
of the situation inside the is it basilica? Is it pronounced
Yes,
that way?
basilica.
Basilica.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Bastille, didn't I? The Basilica.
Okay.
I whisper to Carolinus and the rest of the group, this place is very peaceful. I can sense nothing off here.
Caroline, so you managed to get 4 degrees success. So yeah, you look around, having to use, unfortunately, just your mundane eyes. No Mechadendric to really help you right here to keep your disguise going.
But
And
my Allspex is still running, since that's just
Yeah.
an implanted.
yeah,
Otherwise, I'd have to re-roll.
yeah, no, your specs manages to pick up that effectively they have large vaults below the basilica. The stone itself tends to be thick, not particularly well refined. However, it does seem to be well crafted. In terms of what you can see, you make out that there are probably about 40 monks at the other end, arrayed in a semicircle around the body, who are all currently kneeling in prayer and chanting at the same time. Nothing particularly more that your eye really catches.
Are there many people besides the monks who are specifically paying attention to the corpse?
No, not this time.
What time is it, by the way, in terms of the best guesstimate?
It's sort of, in terms of Terran time, it'd be about 10 p.m.
Well,
How
shall I
comes
approach?
I mentioned to Cassius, we should mention that we've chosen this time specifically to avoid any traffic from those who wish to pay their respects.
Of course. Is there any priest that appears to be more ornately garbed than anyone else, or appears to be maybe a bishop or someone who is a
Did I
cardinal or
notice
something?
If you look around, you notice that the one in the front, the center of the semicircle, does appear to have a silver link chain around his neck.
I gesture towards that particular priest.
All right, Carolinus with me. You two, feel free to, I don't know, make yourselves scarce or just hang out. Make sure nothing bad happens out here by the door. I'm going to go talk to the priest and see if maybe we can get an audience with the body.
Yeah, I'd
Fall
like to.
conspicuously in step behind Cassius.
Okay. Garrett?
I'd like to stealth up if I can, if no one's watching. Just
Sure.
step outside, keep watch.
Make a stealth check at plus 20, because it is dark. And no one is particularly glancing your way right now.
Can't stealth.
Yeah, you try your best. You think you're stealthed, however, unfortunately, one of the nearby windows is actually shining out in your direction, and you're casting kind of actually a massive shadow on the ground. You think it's stealthed.
Close enough.
That's
Obviously-
super weird. The dice on my screen said he rolled a 19. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
The
Yeah.
dice sometimes are really weird like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I take up a position near the door, try and have an eye out and in.
Okay. Yeah, so you manage to take up a position near the door. You light a incense stick, and you look like you're deep in prayer. You can make a deceive roll at plus 40 because you're currently using a disguise.
Okay. This can't possibly go wrong.
These
Yes,
rolls.
they
it
went wrong.
can.
These
However, you kind of fumble the incense stick, and you lose it down the back of the candles, and you kind of fluster, and you just sort of say, "Oh, screw it," and you just pretend you're praying.
Fine.
But you don't realize that actually the current section you're praying on, you're actually meant to pray facing the other direction. You don't know that though.
Ignorance is
Meanwhile,
bliss.
Yeah, we don't know that we're screwing up.
nope. Meanwhile, Carolinus and Cassius head forwards.
Okay, as we approach, is he praying right now or is he chanting?
He's praying and chanting. Yes.
Okay. I take a seat respectively across the aisle from him, and I'm just gonna wait until he's done with his chant. I don't want to disrespect any belief or whatever they're doing.
Okay. So he hasn't noticed you yet.
Sits.
Mhm.
I make sure to wait for him to sit before I sit down as
Okay.
well.
So he hasn't noticed you yet. He's facing away. So 5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. And he rises to his feet, looks round, and you notice that he's bald except for a small sort of semicircle of white hair and a little bit of white stubble coming in on his chin. He turns around,
Okay, so
mild surprise, and seeing you and goes, "Yes, how can I help you?"
Ah, Father, there's some unfortunate business that I need to bother you about this evening. Can we speak in private?
Yes, follow me. And he takes you off to a little alcove side room with sort of this intricate trellis window that's done in enameled wood. Little frescoes painted on the inside. There we go. This should be quiet enough for you. What is it you have to confess?
Of course. All that I have to confess is that I'm going to inconvenience you this evening on behalf of the Administorum. I hand him the paperwork that was given to me,
Oh.
and I say, unfortunately, Father, we need to reinspect the body. There's been some paperwork that has been unfortunately damaged by water, and we need to redo the work that has already been done just to ensure that everything is taken care of in this most horrible of times.
Well, there is no denying the seal, and the signature is authentic. It is unfortunate, but if the, God Emperor wills it, then that is how it is. I will have the body moved to the preparation room in the vaults below for you, and then I will call you when it is ready, if you would mind waiting.
Thank you for your cooperation, Father. May the God Emperor be with you in your time of need.
Yes.
And then I excuse myself.
And with you, my child. Most of the monks continue praying. 5 of them break off and lift the body onto this old-fashioned gurney. Wooden wheels, casters moving it. And they lift it up and manage to take it out. A short time later, the monk comes back. If you wouldn't mind following me.
Of course. I hold up my hand to my companions and signal that we're going elsewhere.
I stand up at this point and fall in line again.
Okay.
I'll follow along.
Okay, you get up from the back and you start following along. Garrett, unfortunately, cannot see you because he's outside. You would have to signal.
It's nice out here. How's the weather?
Can I see him where I am?
It's dry, clear sky. Actually, remarkably clear sky. You haven't been on a world with this clear a sky in quite a while. You cannot see him from where you are, unfortunately. He's somewhat blocked by a 2-foot thick stone wall.
He's got his Vox speed, hasn't he?
Yes.
And I just quietly say, follow us, going further in.
Have fun.
You're not coming?
I'm just going to watch the stars. Let me know when you're done. I don't need to see another corpse today.
If you're sure. Shout as if anything happens.
Will do.
While we're following the monk back, I'd like to ask him what the findings of the last autopsy were, or if he's privy to that information, or even better, if he's as the medicus that did the work, if we could speak with him.
I do not know the medicus who did the work. You would have to ask at the Imperial compound. As for what happened, I was led to understand that he just reached his time. Now, here you go.
And you were led into a small underground stone room, not decorated, completely blank, bare walls, bare ceiling. The only thing in this room being a stone side table, of which there are some relatively rudimentary Medicae apparatus, like some sort of blades, some jars containing weird combinations of barks and oils. There's one containing leeches, because of course. And then in the center there is a big stone plinth on which the Count-elect is currently resting. His noble features, a bit tinged white and blue with the rigors of death, although you would quickly determine that he has not been dead 2 weeks and 2 days if he hadn't been so well preserved. So obviously some preservation has taken place.
Can I enter the mind of a dead person?
No.
As a psychic? I was going to say, I have no idea what the rules would be on that. Like, there'd obviously be some decay and, like, some loss, but, like, can you pick through the wreckage? Like, I have no idea. It doesn't mention that in the spell.
No, they have
Probably
to be
Heresy.
alive to do that. You can Psyniscience check, like, an object or a dead person, I guess.
But wouldn't I have noticed that with my last one when I was in the... Like, if anything was wrong, I would have noticed.
Yeah, but if you were literally, like, looking for more information, you can, like, touch an object and you can Psyniscience check an object itself, rather than just getting a general feel. That said, picking through a dead person's can be a little bit weirder, particularly if, like, if you'd say done that to, like, Glish, weird stuff might have happened, but it's
That's
not
GM code for don't do this.
No, you
Your
can.
brains will be
Heresy.
scrambled like eggs.
But you can, like, it's not like a psychic power, it's literally just checking the flavor of the warp and stuff, but it would be
I'm licking it,
more active
rubbing
than
it all
just
over your face.
passively picking up the surroundings, but you can do it if you want.
He tastes like schnozberries.
Whoever held the schnozberry?
Yeah, I'll Psyniscience check the body with my hand on it or whatever.
Is the,
Are we alone right now?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes,
looking.
I will leave you alone. Come get me when you are ready to relieve yourself of your duty, and I will collect the body and take it for the process to continue.
For a
Thank you,
silent
Father.
bow.
And I bow slightly.
Yes, thank you.
As
Close
he
the door.
leaves,
Mhm.
I then have a look around the room for any. I'm going to use my Allspecs and tech use. I'm looking for something that I might not be able to see myself.
Sure, without even really needing to roll, because it's your Auspex can easily pick it up. There is a somewhat hidden door over on one of the sides next to the stone side table.
Okay. What means is the Allspecs reporting this to me? Like, is it just reporting like movement in the air pressure or something like that?
It's
or-
basically saying that the radar penetrating, the penetrating radar is determining that there is an air gap behind that wall. Only in a certain, like, area which looks door-sized.
All right. And with an awareness check, can I see any like recording devices or anything that would see them towards?
Sure. You need to make a check for that then. Cassius, you put your hand on the corpse and you put his forehead. It feels a bit cold and clammy to the touch, and you try and focus your powers. It's hard to determine in a place like this where the warp is so calm anyway, and it looks like a lot of funeral protection has taken place, and that the body's being prepared and so on.
I'm going to use the ability of my Allspecs to reroll
Okay.
any failed awareness test. Terrible.
As far as you can tell, there is no technology being pointed at you right now.
Right. Well, following behind Cassius, I move up. I briefly inspect, like I actually hold up, but it's clear that I've got some disdain for the crude medical instruments. And then looking around to see that the priest has left, I just part my robe, and out comes my Medicae mechadendrite.
Okay.
They don't completely unfurl, but they're in front of me and ready to be used.
Okay.
I tap Brander on the arm, and I motion towards the door, and I say, "Watch for them if they come back."
And I take up position by the door.
Sure.
As Cassius does that, I murmur, "There's a hidden door over there." I point it out.
Okay.
We understand.
Are you ready to do an autopsy roll?
Yes.
Do you know how the door is operated? Can you tell?
Not easily, only that there is a conspicuous gap behind that layer of stone.
Okay, I go to investigate the hidden door while he's doing the autopsy.
Okay. Make a scrutiny check.
Okay, I don't have scrutiny. So what was it, minus 20?
Yeah.
As far as you can tell, it's just a wall. You're not even sure what Carolinus is pointing out.
Unfortunately, Carolinus, my eyes are not as strong as yours. You may have to figure this one out when you're done with the body.
Very well. And given, obviously the importance of the body, I'm going to take my time with this, and I'm going to try to be unintrusive with my investigation as much as I can. I'm going to carefully remove the clothing, etc., and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So you open up the clothing carefully, undoing buttons, etc. Sure. Roll your Medicae.
Okay. And that would be plus 10 because of my medical mechadendrite as well.
So that would be 3 degrees success. So going over the body, you notice lines where the body's obviously been opened up and explored a little bit before, although it looks like the autopsy was not completely thorough. Mostly because as you open it up, you notice that there is nothing particularly untoward. An external observation of the body seems to provide no notable reason for cause of death. You open up the body and start rooting around, and half an hour goes by. You can make sure you inspect most of the major organs from what you can, only opening up, the external cuts where you need to.
At this point, I'm almost letting my mechadendrites work their way in, just slowly, slightly less than keyhole surgery, because they're not quite that small.
Yeah. As far as you can tell, it appears that he died of exhaustion. Effectively, like his heart gave out. From what you notice, there's ever so slight signs that he was tired, maybe slightly malnourished, maybe slightly dehydrated. His body just seems to be slightly overtaxed. From what your medical mechadendrite is reporting about his chemistry of his body, as far as you can tell, that does seem to be backed up by the fact that his sodium levels are a little bit low as well. In addition to that, his body has been treated with a few of the more common modern preservatives to make sure that the body stays relatively fresh.
Okay. Specifically, would I be able to use my optical mechadendrite to investigate the obvious places where someone might inject something or anything like that, because it can use microscopic levels of zoom?
Sure. The mechanical one picked up no traces of poison either. That's worth pointing out. And you also did a quick scan of the stomach contents to check if any poison there. Nothing you could really notice. But you're allowed to do a check of the normal sites for injection around the neck, crook of the arm.
Okay. What role should I use, given that I'm not using my medical one for this? I'm basically looking.
You'd use the optical mechadendrite roll.
Okay. Which would be awareness perception?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, it'd be scrutiny.
Scrutiny.
Because you're looking in depth for something you have a knowledge of. So it'd be a scrutiny. But you'd get the bonus of the mechadendrite.
Okay. Let's check those bonuses. Plus 10 on perception-based tests. 27.
Yep, 2 degrees of success. You look, as far as you can tell, no signs of any injection site. There is an old scar that's healing. Was beginning to disappear and be reabsorbed into the body. Fairly old, over one side of his neck and down the front of his torso and back of his shoulder, which is going to be harder to tell if there's an injection site there, but you do have a very good look and you spend your time on it. It takes about 20 minutes, but as far as you can tell, no injection site.
Okay. Well, a little bit disappointed as I'm using my flash staplers to put the body back together where I've had to open it up again. There seems to be nothing untoward with the corpse. It appears, for all my ability, to ascertain that he did simply die of exhaustion.
Well, we've done our job thoroughly, and we've done what was asked of us so far. There are still other leads to follow. I guess sometimes a dog is a dog.
Given his age, and the obvious other signs that I can look at, since I'm literally rooting around inside, I'd be able to see his real, medical age, regardless of his facial features and things like that. Is he the sort of age where someone would die of exhaustion? Would this seem uncommon?
Make a medical check. This would be your medical knowledge, so it wouldn't apply for the mechadendrite.
Okay.
I mean, this is a feudal world, so people are going to have different average lifespans than a better world.
0.8. Right, so he didn't have access to any sort of rejuvenants until at least the last 17 years. It does look, from what you've seen, the signs that he has been taking some of the more common ones and some of the more common treatments. With a biological age of in his 50s, he should, in theory, have lived longer, given that he was taking rejuvenants, that should extend his life for probably a good 80 years on the lucky side. Underside, probably about 30. So probably had another 30 years left to live if he continued with the rejuvenant treatment. Maybe if he only took a limited amount of them or had limited access, 15. But it is young, considering that he had also been treated with rejuvenants.
Given the state of his body, no obvious signs of trauma or extreme stress, it does seem curious that a man of this age on this world would have died from fatigue. I can't attest to the kinds of lifestyles that nobles on a world such as this would enjoy, but I feel safe in ruling out any obvious manual labor, which would explain the young age. Perhaps we should speak with Garrett. His knowledge might be better on this particular topic.
Sure. I raise Garrett on the microbead and ask him to come down.
I guess I'll come down. It was so nice outside.
Okay. You head down, you meet your compatriots in the Undercroft, where Carolinus is slowly stapling a corpse back together.
Yay, corpses.
Garrett, I need to ask you a question. Your knowledge of these worlds far exceeds my own. Is it possible, or even realistic, that a noble of this age would die from exhaustion?
I have seen nobles die well before his age. I would say yes.
Due to exhaustion?
Due to anything. I'm not a medicus.
You are as useful as I expected you to be. At that point, I finish clothing the corpse, and then I move over to where Cassius has been stood near the false door. And I'd like to see if I can work out how to open it.
Make a scrutiny check.
Okay. Would that be scrutiny instead of using tech use to try and detect things that I can't
It would be
directly
scrutiny.
see? Okay. Perception. Yeah, I would imagine it's perception, not fellowship.
Yes.
I'll
No
re-roll that
signs.
since
Oh, okay.
it's a perception roll. So my Auspex allows me to re-roll. Oh, actually, let me just double check. Was that awareness or perception? No, any perception-based roll. So
As far as you can tell, no signs of anything past this wall. In fact, it looks like a wall to you. Maybe your Auspex was giving you a ghost reading.
okay. It seems that my radar may have reported a false positive. I would not be so swift to doubt its readings, however, but I cannot work out how to open this door. It may not even be possible from this side.
Perhaps further prayers of the machine spirit are required. In any case, we've concluded our investigation here. I suppose we should rest up for the eve because we're going to go meet the Countess tomorrow.
Indeed.
And perhaps meet with this machinist.
I'd like
It's
to
worth
check the
noting.
door before we go.
Okay. Make a scrutiny check.
Man, the rolls are just not popping today.
What was the
Seems
guy
you're
that we
correct. The door cannot be
talking to
opened.
before?
Oh, what was his
The one who
name?
let us
Ian?
down here.
Oh.
His title or whatever.
You actually didn't get a name from him.
Okay, was it perhaps our friend upstairs might know something about this?
I'm not sure it's worth mentioning. He'd probably be suspicious as to why we're scanning the walls with auspex, as if he even knows what that is.
While this conversation is happening, I'm folding my mechadendrites back into the position they originally had and closing my robe around them.
Okay.
Our
So you-
business here is concluded then. Shall we retire?
Yep. I'm with Carolinus on this one. I head back up the stairs to go find the father.
So for expediency's sake, you take your leave of the father, you leave the basilica, and you head back to the bastion for the rest of the night. Correct?
Yes.
Cool. You head back, you bunk down, and you wait till morning. This is now a perfect place for us to take a break. So, we will be back
more coffee?
in 8 minutes, and then we'll be on with some more heresy. So, to find out what's really going on here and to dig to the bottom of all these things, that'll be about 8 minutes' time. But until then, stay tuned, stay where you are. And if you haven't checked out our Patreon, next 8 minutes, and you don't fancy actually going to the toilet or grabbing something to eat, it might be a good time to check out our Patreon, because there are a load of awesome tiers there that you can get, like, cool things and behind-the-scenes videos and stat sheets for enemies.
So stop
heresy.
peeing. Hold your pee and go look at it right now. I demand you look at it with
Or-
with a full bladder.
If you're a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, take your
Data slate.
smartphone and politely request the machine spirit take you to the page whilst you pee.
That
Uh-huh.
is what
That's true.
Carolinus does.
I love calling people while I'm shitting and peeing. It's one of my favorite
Heresy.
things.
Heresy.
What's up?
And we're going to go to our break where we're going to discuss things over headsets while we go and take our relief. Yeah, see you in 8 minutes. Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It with your favourite YouTubers and streamers playing some roleplay. Today, of course, we're doing Dark Heresy in the Warhammer 40k universe. May the Emperor protect. Our band of acolytes is working with the Inquisition. They've currently popped to a planet called Haer Iridian, which is a feudal world, so they're currently trying to blend in the medieval setting. And in doing so, they are investigating the death and the succession and the re-election of the planetary governor, known locally as a count-elect. The team have just gone back to the Imperial Bastion and have spent the night there. And upon waking up, they're headed into town to... I believe you're going to a meeting of some sort, weren't you?
Yes. As we walk through the streets, I turn to Carolinus. And I say, as to your question last night about whether or not nobles die from exhaustion, my family is of the nobility. And I can virtually assure you that neither my family nor any of their consorts in the other noble families are known for doing strenuous work if they can help it. They might work hard with a quill, but they're not going to break their backs and die in the way that you're mentioning he did. I have my suspicions. There's some sort of something is off here.
Indeed, that is my concern. However, whatever it might be, it is not of a nature that I can detect. Beyond the effects, which are to produce a corpse of a man, they seem whatever method they use to invoke such an effect is too subtle for me to detect, or too normal for it to occur to me.
Well, I do have information from the auctioneer that Bergman bought that machine from whoever it is, so I say we charge that down now. We did get our paperwork correct from the Prefect?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
So we know that Duchess Loothold is at the Count's End. Did you want to go to her immediately?
I say yes as I attempt to extract my boot from a particularly nasty patch of mud.
That's not mud, my friend.
Damn it.
So your papers proclaiming to be Cassius Caligo the 12th of Valos, which is a small realm to the south of here.
Okay.
So yeah, you head over to the Count's End. You notice two guards stationed outside, one of whom looks very familiar. Alright, you come back from last night, have you?
I raise my hand in greeting. Indeed we have. Is the Duchess available?
Well, she is right now. I mean, have you got your papers with you?
I do indeed. I pull out the paperwork that the Administratum gave me and hand them over.
Thank you very much. Deeds and ability. That seems in order. Okay, yeah, that's all good. I'll pop inside and see if the Duchess is available. He
Thank you.
heads on in. The other one sort of stands there looking at you. Sword held at his side. Eyes fixed on you.
What's the weather like?
It's currently clear. Quite sunny. Nice and warm. Actually, some of you are much warmer than others, considering how much you're wearing laid over each other. But overall, not bad. Some fire animals running around your feet, etc. outside.
How does this warm day find you? I say, addressing the other guard.
Well, it's not bad. It's fine. It's a bit warm to have be wearing all this plate mail in, but you know, you get the idea. It's the job, you see.
I wipe my brow and I go, I understand that completely. Do you have to stand out here all day?
Hey, well, we take it in turns and get to pop inside and sit in the bar for the rest of the day. I mean, don't get to drink any ale or anything, but at least it's a way to watch the insides.
No, you can't have it all, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's a decent job anyway, and the Countess is pretty nice. Sorry, the Duchess. It's pretty nice, actually, so... you're suddenly cut short by a shout from upstairs. Guards! Quick! The Duchess is down! Wait, sorry. And he runs inside. Suddenly there's a commotion inside, and the sound of many feet, armored, running upstairs.
I look to Carolinus and the rest of the group. Should we make ourselves scarce, or should we assist with this?
I think we should assist. We've already made ourselves to be friends of the guards. They shouldn't have a problem.
I say we help.
It is conspicuous that the night following our request for an audience, the Duchess should be inconvenienced in some manner, requiring her entire guard rush off.
I'm concerned they might think we were a diversion for the front door guards. While something else happened.
Though my curiosity burns, I do not believe that we should immediately march in. Perhaps if we linger near, you could proffer my services as a medicus should it be necessary.
Well, I suggest you call for Rupert. He could at least tell us whether he wants us to stay or not.
I nod to
I lean inside the door. Go, Rupert, shall I send up my medicus?
You've got a medicus with you?
Aye.
Hey, send him up, quick.
All right, Carolinus, let's go.
I move in.
Okay.
Following Cassius, but...
So your group heads up the narrow stairway nearby, and you head towards an open door on which 2 guards are currently flanking. You look in and you notice the form of a lady, faded auburn hair flowing out behind her, eyes wide open, mouth slack, slumped over on the ground next to a chair. Around her are the remains of what appears to be a meal on the table next to her. Her room is well decorated. There's a closet full of fine clothes.
I attempt to move forward swiftly towards her corpse, as long as the guards don't impede my progress.
Okay.
Are any of the windows open?
We'll get to that in a minute. The room itself is, there's nice clothes in the closet. There's a few paintings piled up in one corner, one of which has actually been put on the wall nearby. There's a marble statue, and then on a board nearby, on a dressing sort of counter, there are several different things of makeup and also 2 or 3 different mechanical-looking objects, one of which seems to be some sort of music box from brief glance. Windows. There are no windows open, which would be curious because normally someone would open a window about this time in the day, unless maybe they didn't like the stink of the town, just to be able to let the air circulate. Other than that, there aren't any windows open. Any other questions were there, Cassius?
That was it. I wanted to see if anybody had come into the room or shot a dart or anything like that, and so if the windows are closed.
Yeah.
Are there any other doors?
No other doors.
I'm going to ask Rupert, who brought the food?
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second then. So, Carolinus, you move past Rupert, quickly beckoning you towards the prostrate form of the Duchess.
Okay, I kneel, and the very first thing I do is check for signs of life.
Okay, so that would just be a normal Medicaid roll at plus 30. Actually, it's really easy for someone like you. Screw it, say plus 60. Garrett, you asked him who brought the food.
Who brought the food?
I believe that was, I think that was, James over there. James. Hey, she wanted the food yesterday, for dinner. There was some broth, some meat, and I believe some bread she wanted.
Did you make it?
I grabbed it from the kitchen myself. I mean, the broth, you'll have to ask one of the cooks, but I believe we're currently rounding them up for questioning, just in case.
Yeah. Bring the cooks. We've got to question everybody.
Very well.
Okay, I got 49 with a target of 112.
Yeah. She is dead. She has expired. It looks like she is dead probably about 7 hours. Maybe as little as 5.
I lean back slightly on my haunches where I've been... Because she was on the floor, was she not?
Yeah.
Or was she over it?
Yeah.
She was on the floor. It seems the Duchess has been dead these past several hours. Has no one been to inspect her? No one with any duties that would have brought them this way?
Normally it's our responsibility to, assume our duty and protect the door and so on. And if she was to come down and want to, direct us or talk to us, it was odd that she hadn't been down already, but we weren't going to knock on until probably another hour had gone past. Sometimes she does like to stay up here and, enjoy the scene, the view.
Does she always have her window closed?
on such a hot day as this, I chime in.
I mean, I'd expected to have it open by now. That's true.
I motion towards the objects. What are those objects over there on the table?
Oh, those are the some of the mechanists' little things, tricks and what have you. She was a bit of a fan of the mechanist's work. She was actually a purveyor of all kinds of arts. You notice that she's also got sculpture and some paintings that she recently got at the auction.
Okay, Can I now investigate the corpse in terms of looking for any sign of external sign of what might have killed her?
Sure. Make a Medicaid roll. Your McKendrite can help for this because it can do like superficial scanning, etc. It doesn't necessarily have to do a full autopsy. However, you will get more limited information because this is just external.
Okay.
Uh, 50-52. Okay, yeah, you pass. So you quickly scan the body, doing all you can to check, especially cross-checking it against the previous death of Conrad. And you notice nothing untoward. It appears, for all intents and purposes, like she just dropped dead. As far as you can tell, there's no real bulge of any cardiac veins, no real sign of any clots or lesioning that would cause any sort of bruising.
Does it appear that she struggled against it, that she had a moment of panic as it was setting in, or was it very sudden?
If anything, it looked like she died very peacefully, or pleasantly happy or calm from the expression on her face.
I should be curious, Carolinus, if she died from exhaustion.
Well, I can find no other explanation for her death. There's no obvious sign of trauma, of extreme stress. She doesn't appear to have lashed around in any kind of death throw. For all the world, it seems that she simply died and fell out of her chair.
A poison, perhaps?
We would have to investigate her meal, her makeup. I stand up and I look to the guards.
Yeah.
Are all of her retinue trusted?
Yeah, they're all good men. I made sure I got them myself.
Guards that have been with her for some time. No new faces amongst any of the servants in this establishment.
No, I wouldn't know about the establishment myself, but all the guards here are definitely veteran guards. We only brought the best.
What about these objects over here, Carolinus? And I motion towards the random things of the machinist.
Okay, can I make a tech use with my implanted auger to just sense if there's anything I might not be able to tell? For example, like electromagnetics, anything that might betray the presence of an active machine spirit, or anything along those lines. Any modifiers?
Plus 40.
Wow.
Wow.
As far as you
lucky.
can tell, they just appear to be very simple clockwork mechanisms, one of which seems to be some sort of music box, and another one seems to be some sort of wind up and someone rides basically this horse as it sort of gallops. The third one of which seems to be some sort of rotating mechanism that rotates a big disc, which seems to play out some sort of shadows from a lit candle.
I touch each object and I make a Psyniscience check.
Okay. Just make one check for all of them then. 27. You make a Psyniscience check. There is definitely some sort of background that you feel. Something calm, but in not a normal calm way. Like something is very much come here and drained any bumps out of the warp here. Not like they've deliberately made it flat, but very much like any excess, any fun, any lively jovialness has been sort of a little bit scraped from the air. In terms of the objects themselves, they seem completely normal. As far as you can tell, you get the sense of inspiration, of love for the creation of a very dedicated, hard-working individual. But you can't detect anything odd.
I keep the information to myself while looking a tad concerned and crossing my arms and looking at the body of the Duchess.
Guardsman,
Maybe
do any of you know when the Duchess
yes.
acquired these items? I gesture towards the mechanical items.
She's had one of them at least 10 years. That was there when I got here.
Which one was that?
The music box. That's the oldest one. I joined her retinue just over 10 years ago, and she's had that all the time. The other two, I think she picked up one of them about 5 years ago, and the other one is maybe a few months past, earlier this year.
Which one was the most recent?
That would be the one that does all the shadows and stuff with the candle.
I pick it up and I kind of just roll it around my hand and just have a look at it. Kind of make an awareness check of the device.
It would be
just
more
to
of a
see.
scrutiny check.
Scrutiny.
Sort of figure out things, how it works, etc., rather than just, oh look, it has writing.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, it really is just a normal sort of shadow puppet theatre clockwork mechanism of some kind.
And where did she acquire these curiosities from?
The mechanist, back home.
Turning to Cassius, I murmur, I can detect no foul play with this device, but it seems curious that the name of this mechanist has come up twice so recently, and in both cases, at least tangentially connected to the death of a noble man or woman.
I nod, and then turning over to the guardsman, I say, we're going to need a meeting with the machinist. That's what we came here to get in the first place, is we needed to speak with him, and even more so now, under the circumstances.
Make a command check.
Okay. I don't have command, so I'm going to burn my last fate to pass that one.
Okay. Well, I mean, you obviously know what you're doing, and your deeds of writ are good, and... Well, I know you didn't come in here last night, because we were watching it, and no one's passed in or out in that time, so... If you think there's something foul at play, fair enough. I'll send for the machinist and have him ridden over straight away. That said, it'll still be... You know, we send the messenger, and then he gets back over here. It'll probably take 2 or 3 weeks.
we may
Maybe
not
a
have
bit
that
less.
much time. Other
The
lives
auctioneer
may be in
mentioned
danger.
we could meet with the machinist within 2 days if it was a hard ride. Do you know where we could acquire horses and go get him?
Oh, you could, but that'd be a bit more of a push. I mean, if you want us to like drop everything and just make sure, you know, we send the messenger immediately and we just get the mechanist here as soon as possible, we could do it in like 5 round trip and back and so on.
I have your word on that?
I'll send off James immediately if you want.
Okay. Thank you for your assistance.
James, hey, can you go fetch the mechanist? Hey, all the way back? Yes. Okay.
I apologize for you. I apologize for your dark time. It would appear that you're going to be in need of new employment.
Are we still with the rest
Let
of
us
the
know.
family? The heir
What's
will
that?
take the rest of the family. The heir will take over. We will have the same employment. Don't worry about that.
All right. If you have need of a medicus for an autopsy or of anything of the sort, please don't hesitate to call on us. We desperately needed to speak with the Duchess, and this has got us very, very much concerned.
I will take note of that. And where are you staying?
We're staying over at the Administratum.
You're part of the Administratum.
We're their guests for right now. We're acting on their behalf.
In the Bastion itself.
Indeed.
Make a deceive roll.
I rip it off quick like a band-aid. Shit.
Okay. Very well. I'll do
Rupert.
so.
Rupert, did the Duchess have any enemies that you're aware of?
I mean, you don't get to be a Dutch or a Duke, a Duchess, a Count, or anything of sort of similarities around here without annoying a few people. It does
What
happen.
about Bergman?
Well, actually, he's a bit of a pushy one, actually. He's been trying to get the mining rights for a number of the... I mean, I very much doubt he was behind this. I mean, we had the place guarded the entire time, but if you wanted to go talk to him, I wouldn't blame you. He's actually over in town, just over the other side. You've got your noble deeds of, writ and etc. You can go get an audience with him if you wanted.
Were the Duchess and Bergman on good terms, or were they on poor terms?
I would say it was tense.
Well, thank you, Rupert. I appreciate your input. We'll go speak with Bergman immediately. If you could keep that on the quiet, we would very much appreciate it.
Before we leave, do you happen to know why the Duchess and Bergman were in opposition with one another?
He was trying to get the mining rights, especially with the Imperium for the export of a number of resources. And, our country has quite a few different mines of a number of different viable minerals. Unfortunately, they managed to snag the silver deposits. And no small fact due to a number of mining strikes that had happened in our feudal estates. Some would say that those were facilitated by Bergman. Not, of course, above my pay to be able to judge those of noble blood, but it does seem to be likely.
And how long has this situation been going on for?
A better part of 5 years.
Very well.
Is not the drunk from the tavern last night, Burger Mets? Is he not an owner of a silver mine as well?
I believe so, actually. He owns one of the silver mines over in Bergman's holdings, yes.
He confirmed it last night in the tavern.
I mean, if you want to talk to him, his tavern's literally just up the road.
We will think on this on the road.
No, well, if you want to talk to him, his lodging is actually just over to the side of his tavern. You can't miss it.
All right, thanks. Feel free to call on us if you have a need.
I will do at the Bastion. You're an interesting fellow, Cassius.
Well, I've had worse things said about me.
Very well. Thank you for your help, and thank you to your Medicus friend.
I nod my head.
I head back down the stairs and out.
Okay. You head back into the street.
So what's our course of action, everyone? I'm at a bit of a loss here.
We may want to ask Burger Metz how he came into possession of that silver mine he was so proud of. If there's been some conflict between the nobles in the area over control of these mines, he could either be someone involved in this murder, or he could be the next to fall victim to this murder.
Perhaps we
If
should
the
also
mechanism-
pay a closer inspection to the holdings of... I'm sorry, I forget the title again. What was it? It was of the person in the Bastille.
Oh, Prefect Allad.
Prefect Allad.
No, Prefect Allard is our guy. He's our contact back at the Administratum. The guy that's dead is the Count-elect.
Oh, Basilica. I apologize. Yeah, the Count. Perhaps we should look specifically into the holdings of the Count prior to this. There's clearly a connection here somewhere, but what it is, I couldn't guess at the moment.
We're
But
missing
I am
a string.
suspicious of these particular curios that draw back to the machinist.
Yeah, the
Just
if other people have these items that the mechanist has been creating, we should perhaps do something about that before anyone else falls foul of them, if they are responsible for this.
Metz confirmed that he's been distributing the artifacts. It's possible that he may just be an unwitting accomplice to Bergman. And so the machinist creates the objects, and since he's in direct contact with Bergman, the objects get distributed through his auction house after Bergman tampers with them or makes them do something. I was hesitant to say inside the building, but there's an odd air in there. It's not right. Something is very strange inside that room with the Duchess.
As you say this, you notice a small crowd is forming at the top of the street.
Let us head back to the administratum for now.
Yeah,
Is
let's
the crowd in
excuse
the direction
ourselves.
of the administratum?
No, it's in the other direction.
How far down the street is it?
It's next to the pub that belongs to Burger Clouse Mets.
I
Oh,
reach
no.
up and I tap Cassius on the shoulder. Perhaps we should investigate what that ruckus is before we go anywhere else.
I
Isn't that
agree.
the inn?
It is indeed. That's where I met up with Mets last night and we were drinking.
I'd like to go stealthy if I can.
Sure.
I'm going to use Inquiry on the crowd.
Sure. Okay. Roll Inquiry check. You pop up the crowd, you start asking around the edges, seeing what's going on.
Do I get any bonuses?
Yeah, you get plus 20.
Question on the oh, nice roll. Question on the stealth roll. If I have 2 pips in skill on stealth, is that supposed to be a
Plus 10.
positive effect?
Plus 10.
Okay, because that's not happening when I roll. It's just it rolls 40, which is agility.
It should be rolling.
That's why it doesn't on mine either. That's why I've just been adding the numbers. Like I make the notification for
Really?
simple or for proficient, and then I just add it to the number itself so that it's included in the
Okay.
roll.
I swear it was when I did my test on the sheet. I'll have to test the sheets later. But yeah, for the moment, just add then a plus 10. Yep. You managed to jump over a nearby hedge and head up past the crowd to the edge of the building next to the inn. Cassius, you quickly ask around, and very quickly, oh, it's terrible. I hear that the burger, yes, no, the owns the auction house, you see, no, yeah, no, very, oh, you're going, Diane, okay, yes, no, he got found dead this morning. It was terrible.
Did you hear if there were any objects laying around, any strange music boxes or curiosities?
No, I didn't hear anything about any music boxes. I mean, I haven't heard anything about any music boxes. Strange.
Did he die just
curiosity.
now? How long has he been dead for?
Oh, it seems he died last night at some time. They only discovered him a few hours ago.
Frack. All right, thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
It's a shame he was a proper patron of the arts, that one.
I excuse myself from the conversation and head back to the group.
What did you learn,
Is he-
Cassius?
What was that?
What did you learn?
Metz is dead. Sometime in the night after we finished drinking with him. After I finished drinking with him, more specifically.
How long?
They said that he might have been dead for... I mean, he died last night. That's all that the crowd said. But they found him just now.
If I could investigate the body, I could perhaps place the time a little bit more accurately. It could be that both he and the Duchess died around the same time, and if so, that would heap even more suspicion on this particular triangle of deaths. They're all
Things are-
connected.
Bergman is looking more and more guilty by the evening, just by being the last one standing.
I'd like
People
to
Keep
slip
dying in
into
this
the
way. We want
tavern
to
if
know
I
what to
could.
talk to.
Indeed.
I'd like
So
to slip
far.
into the tavern if I could.
The tavern or his house, which is next to the town, which is what the crowd is around.
Well, where did he die?
His house, which is next to the tavern.
Okay. House then. Yeah.
Okay. You quickly sidle up to one of the windows and you look in through the ground floor, and you notice that he has a number of bookshelves and bits of parchment lying around. You can easily try and shimmy up the side of the broken stones to try and get in through the top floor, which is presumably the bedroom.
Okay. How do we do that?
You'll need to make an acrobatics check. This will be at plus 20. It's actually fairly easy to get up this. It's a very broken, loose stone.
That's rude.
Nope.
You fall down.
I want to fate it, if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to fake this.
Okay. Does that include a plus 20? Okay.
That's so much better.
Without
There it
much
is.
effort, you manage to climb up to the top and pry a window open. And in through that, you can see what appears to be a study bedroom. Around are scattered bits of parchment, number of different books, along with 2 paintings. One very large one taking up most of a wall, a large landscape which appears to show the city and a number of people walking down into it.
I can't help but whistle a little bit. I need to get through this room. Do we know where he died? Can I smell him anywhere?
You notice sort of a knocked over goblet and a smashed bottle of whiskey next to the bed.
Is the whiskey bottle been dropped, or does it look like it's been... Has it been impacted upon his skull in any way?
Make a scrutiny check, intelligence.
I'm beginning to think patron of the arts is like a code word for he already did in this quest. Anybody described as the patron of the arts dead already.
Scrutiny is either fellowship or perception.
Well, okay, roll it as if it was intelligence then. So roll intelligence and then add whatever you've got for scrutiny. As far as you can tell, it's a broken whiskey bottle. There doesn't appear to be any blood that you can see.
Can I rifle through his pockets and see if he has any...
his body's not there.
Wonderful... Oh, the body's not there. No. I'm sorry. Okay, so there's no blood. There's a broken whiskey bottle. In
my microbead, I say, Garrett, anything?
I haven't found the body. I haven't seen any blood. I have seen a broken whiskey bottle.
Can you make a... Is there like sleight of hand or something? That's a...
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agility.
Can you make a sleight of hand then, please? That's fine. Target 5. Oh.
That was Cassius.
Are you talking to yourself, dearie? Is something wrong in your head?
Yeah, I'm sorry. With Mets dead now and everything, this night has just impacted me, and I'm just working my way through my thoughts. I just don't know what we're gonna do out here with such prominent men being killed within such quick succession.
I know a number of local artists are probably out of job for work for sure. I mean, that auction house, they did quite a lot of work through there, and who's gonna be able to buy their goods now?
What a horrible time to be alive. Trying times indeed.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Garrett.
Can I check the rest of his house?
Sure. You have a look over the balcony to downstairs, and you notice there are people moving around downstairs. It would be very tough to stealth down there.
At the fact that Cassius has been approached by a member of the crowd for his talking to his microbead, I move out to my lord. Perhaps the heat is troubling for you at the moment. Perhaps we should step away.
Yeah, let's find an Eve. I think it might be impacting my mood.
At which point, as you say this, you notice the crowd begin to part, and some sort of stretcher is brought out, covered in a sheet.
As soon as
I'm gonna hop out the window then.
As soon as we've stepped away a little bit, I murmur to Cassius, ask Gareth if he can see any curiosities mechanical in nature.
I beat over to Garrett. Are there any mechanical curiosities inside the building?
Garrett, make me a willpower check.
Corruption!
Garrett does not respond.
Oh dear.
It's the strangest thing. I've lost contact with Garrett.
Lost contact with him, or is he simply not responding?
Not responding. Nothing, though, but usually he's pretty chipper.
In a hushed murmur, can you sense anything in the wall about this structure? And while he does that, I'm going to make attack use on my auger to sense something that I can't sense.
As the stretcher goes by, I do Psyniscience, I guess.
At the stretcher, or you're going to lean out and touch the body?
I'm not going to touch it. That'd be way too suspicious.
Yeah, it would be pretty odd. Okay, so Carolinus, you do a check of your augur and stuff. As far as you can tell, it's a pretty normal medieval building. Nothing particularly untoward about it. Roof is thatch. Walls are made of an amalgam of wood, plaster, and rock.
There's no sign of radiation or any kind of mechanical disturbance like EMP. Oh, sorry, electromagnetic.
Cassius, as the stretcher goes past, you reach out and you try and touch it with your mind, trying to focus all your thoughts on the body there. And it's very hard without actually touching the thing directly. However, you get the essence that something has been stripped away from that body. Some sort of element of who they are, or some sort of part of their personality, or some facet of them, something interesting, some sort of mechanism that drives them, some sort of facet of their personality in that sort of area has been removed, and they look almost like if you took like a picture and you exposed it to rain and it became a little bit fuzzy and blurred, and then you drain a little bit of the color out of it.
Something is off, Carolinus. Something is very, very off.
One of our number is currently outside of our reach, inside of a building well within range of our communication devices. Something is most clearly off, yes.
Yeah,
Brander.
I'm sorry, but I just need to know out of character. Am I like completely incapacitated or something? Or what? Can I do anything?
Yes, currently you are considered helpless.
Okay.
Brander, could you do me a favor and go investigate what happened to our friend Garrett while I work through this with Carolinus?
I'll try.
Be careful.
So I look at the house, and is there any sort of sneaky way in?
Well, you could go around the side, and you notice an open window. You'd have to climb up it, though.
Out of sight?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make my way over there.
Acrobatics check. At plus 20.
It's not going to end well. The moment he said, oh dear, it's like, oh no, oh no.
It's athletics I'm good at.
Just throw a grenade through the window, it'll be fine.
I do have good agility, though. So maybe I'll be alright.
That's my solution to everything. Throw a grenade at it.
What's the modifier?
Believe it or not,
plus 20. Alternatively, you can make a athletics check at plus 10.
I will try that then.
Okay, you're basically going to try and jump for it rather than actually trying to scale this in any fancy manner.
Just as an incentive for success, if I have to staple any wounds, it's going to hurt. Carolinus is not the kind of surgeon that does things gently.
Brander, you fall down awkwardly and loudly. Okay, fate it.
Fate. Nope.
You fall down. It's pretty painful, but you get back up. It doesn't seem like anyone has noticed.
I'm going to turn a critical fail into a nearly critical fail.
By the way, looking through the ground window now that you're right in front of it, there doesn't actually appear to be anyone in the bottom floor now.
As he's doing that, Cassius, can you negotiate means by which I can inspect the body?
I would assume that by going through the Prefect, we would be able to get access to the bodies of both the Countess or the Duchess and Mets.
The sooner the better.
Branda.
Okay.
So I can just climb in through like the ground floor window without any problem, I guess.
If you leave it open, or smash it.
Alright, I'll try levering it open.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
Modifiers?
Your hands.
Plus 20. It's not particularly secure. You just you just tap the window in a couple of places. It goes ting, and you manage to open it, and you step inside into the ground floor.
Call me the window whisperer.
Our Navy pilot has had some interesting dealings in his life.
Sometimes you
don't get that good at opening closed windows from the outside unless.
He's a Navy burglar. That was his title. He was B7.
So, Brandon, do you head upstairs?
Yeah, I'll make my way to wherever Garrett is.
You don't know where Gary is. You know he's in the building.
Oh. I guess I know he's upstairs, do I?
You know he went in upstairs, so...
Yeah, I'll make my way up the stairs.
Okay. You go upstairs,
searching.
and you quite quickly see him. He is standing, gazing into the middle distance, in the middle of the room.
Okay, I'm not going to step into the room. I'm going to go Garrett and see if I can get a reaction.
Yeah, Garrett,
Screams
you
internally.
suddenly realise that you sort of phased, you phased out for a moment. You're back.
Huh? What? Brander? What's going on?
What were you doing? What were you looking at?
I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's go before anything else weird happens.
All right, I'm hopping out the window.
I'll go back down the stairs.
It's like,
Okay.
I need to be out of here right now, out the window.
Oh, I'm out.
Brander,
That's
make a
not
willpower
feel
check
good.
at plus 40.
Willpower. Come on, I can do this.
We're gonna have to send somebody else in to get you out now. Yay!
Yeah.
There we go.
So
He gets
you all
It's a
meet up.
willpower plus 40?
Yeah, because
He's
he didn't
farther
go all the
away.
way into the room. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You all meet up downstairs outside in the street afterwards.
He was just
Seeing
standing
both
there.
Garrett and Miranda exit the building. I move over. What happened? What did you see?
He was just stood there staring at nothing. I'm not sure what happened. I shouted him and he snapped out of it.
Something is wrong in that room. Something is desperately wrong in that room.
Wrong in what way?
I
Harrison?
don't know. Something, yes.
As I was leaving, something felt strange.
I looked at Cassie's. What say you? Do we investigate further? You may be more sensitive to whatever occurs inside, but that may also shed light on what's happening.
All I can really say is that when the stretcher went by carrying Metz's body, it was like a little bit of color bleached out of the world. Something is afoot, and given what just happened to our dear friend Garrett inside that room, my guess is that the immateria might be throbbing in some way. In every single room we've investigated so far, where someone has been dead, things have been odd. The current has been slightly disturbed.
What would cause that?
It's hard to say. It seems as though they've all died. Well, they haven't all, but in the case of the Count-elect, he died due to exhaustion. Did you feel tired when you snapped out of your spell inside the room?
Yeah, you felt maybe
GM?
slightly tired.
Yeah, it felt like I'd been out for days. I don't even think I slept. How much
We've been
time passed?
Not long, 5-10 minutes. We've been focusing our efforts on the small bits of machinery, but everyone here has had paintings around them as well. Is it possible that perhaps they might be tainted? We would have to look into... I mean, were there any paintings inside the room, Garrett? Brander?
Oh, yes. They were gorgeous.
Okay.
Were there any mechanical oddities?
Brander,
I didn't notice any.
Make a perception check at plus 40.
Right?
Can I go back to the window?
When you found Garrett, he was actually staring, although it looked like into the middle distance, his gaze was actually focused dead on the center of one of those paintings along the wall.
Yeah, he was looking at one of the paintings. Perhaps we've been looking in the wrong place.
Can you show me which one if we go back?
Can you describe it if you saw it yourself?
What did I see it?
You glimpsed it briefly. It was some sort of watercolor of the city skyline with people walking down into the city.
It was the
It was-
city, but not the city.
It was some sort of painting of the city. Didn't look particularly remarkable, I'd say.
Actually, you would
Garrett's
say it looked like a
odd
very good
mumblings.
quality watercolor for someone from a feudal world.
Very well made.
At Garrett's mumblings, I actually move over to him, and I'd like to do a Medicaid check, just to see if anything seems off.
Sure.
I start to head back to... Can you show me the way that you went in?
Me or
To
As far as you can tell,
Brandon.
he seems fine. There's nothing out of the ordinary that you can notice. He says he's a bit tired, but if he is a bit tired, it's not even that noticeable. Like, as far as you can tell, his blood sugar is fine. It's within normal ranges.
Well, it seems that there's nothing untoward physically, but whatever ordeal you pass through clearly has left its mark. I recommend you get plenty of rest tonight.
I
Garrett,
plan to. Yes.
you showed proficiency for the art of breaking and entering. I'm not going to ask how you came about those skills, but my next suggestion is that we use you to get into the auction house and steal the receipts of sale for those paintings. Any and all paintings that have gone to Mets or the Duchess, we need receipts of sale. Do you feel up to it, or do you need time?
I'm perfectly well.
So,
I recommend you stay in contact with me on the microbead. So if anything happens, you will be aware.
Sure. It's done.
Is there a way to just leave the microbead open?
Sure. You might
That being
deplete the
the case,
charge
I'm not
after
going to
time.
go
but
in. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, you might deplete the charge over a long time, but yeah, you can leave it open.
That being the case, then, gentlemen, I don't think I need to look at this painting. I think we've got a fairly strong lead, and the auction house and its bills of sale are the next thing we need. And then I think we should have our artist who created whatever these foul things are.
Very well. Well, do you feel it necessary that we break into the auction house? We could simply request proof of these sales. We have authority here. Of course, if you feel this is the best.
That gives people time to hide anything that they wish to. If someone else is involved, if there's a middleman, if there's someone inside the guard or the police or whatever they have on this world, they could try to hide it.
That does make sense, yes.
I agree with Garrett.
Very well.
And so we make
Do
our
we
way
know
to the
where
auction
this
house.
is?
Sure.
I do.
You get to the auction house. Is a well-built stone building with some columns out front. Garrett, are you going to do a bit of breaking and entering?
Yeah, it does. Here's a question out of character. Does going stealth first, does that increase my ability to get in somewhere unnoticed?
It means unnoticed. It wouldn't change the ability to get in.
But it doesn't help you get in. Gotcha.
But if you
Okay.
want to make a stealth
I
roll
might as
to
well try
and
to stealth up, yeah.
While he's doing that, I'm going to place my hand on the stone of the building and Sinisience it.
So close.
Okay, Garrett, you're not doing a particularly good job at stealthing, but you think you're okay. Cassius, you dig
Yeah.
really, really deep, 4 degrees success, and you try and focus on the building, knowing exactly what you're looking for. You can't really detect anything. However, when you focus a little bit, when you go for that level of detail where you think you might sort of lose a little bit of edge, you see the colors run slightly, and you sort of blink, and then they're back to where they were. You're pushing to get that level of detail. You could just be imagining it, but it could be some sort of leftover imprint.
I look to Garrett and I say, be careful in there. There's no guarantee we'll be able to get to you if anything happens, and something is off about this place, so be very, very wary. Escape first, if you have to.
Well, that's
I
going
plan
on.
to
I'm
keep my
going
eyes.
to use my auger as well, just to survey the area, looking for anything that I can't see myself.
Garrett, so if you want to do
You
a...
tell Cassius. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to do a sleight of hand check to going through the back door, it looks the most likely to be a decent point of entry. Caroline, see
Any
you
modifiers?
scan. Yeah, it'd be a plus 20. It's not particularly well secured door. Caroline, there doesn't seem to be anything odd about this place at all, as far as you can tell. Target was 60, 55. With some effort and a few minutes of jiggling the door handle and moving around a bit of bent wire that you've managed to procure, there's a... and the door opens up inwards, straight
So
into
stealthy.
a little bit of a corridor, of which is quite easily a back office.
I look to the
Okay.
rest of the group while we wait on Garrett, and I ask, should we go with him?
I do
I'll
not
watch the
believe
door.
that it is particularly safe for him to be alone, given what has already transpired.
I'm just going to mention
don't-
over the microweed, I'm in.
I
Okay.
bead back. We're coming with you. And then I tell the other two, perhaps you two should follow him, and I'll watch the door and attempt to explain away any looky-loos that come around.
So what do I see in this back office here? I'm looking for files of sales.
Okay.
Records of sales.
I completely forgot that there's a security skill. Thank you for reminding me, chat. Security would be for breaking into places. Oh, well.
Gotcha.
We'll use that in future. Yeah, so you look around and you notice that there are bits of parchment here and there and other bits and bobs.
Can I tell what's written on the parchment, or is it all just Portuguese?
It is actually mostly in Low Gothic. There are some bits in High Gothic you just cannot read. However, go ahead and make a scrutiny perception check.
While that's going on, Brander and I are moving towards the door that is, I presume, being left slightly ajar.
Yep.
And I gesture for him. You first.
However,
All right.
by the time you do that, Garrett, you've already found, quite easily actually, surprisingly, a stack of papers that pertain to recent sales. You flick through and you find all the ones pertaining to paintings, and you also find, also at the same time, a letter. It's a contract of a down payment to the artist who produced these paintings, to also produce a number more for an upcoming auction. The artist's name is Bernard. And he's currently using the lodgings at the inn owned by Burger Clouse Mets. He uses the upper floor, which is currently leased to him as part of his patronage.
I'm going to mention this over the microbead that I think we found our guy. His name's Bernard, and he's staying at Metz's inn. I want to check him out before he tries to skip town. And he currently has a letter commissioning more paintings, so his job is not done.
In terms of paintings, one was sold to Count Conrad III about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, actually, by this stage. A few more were sold at an auction recently, which was to Duchess Luttold. Count Bergman and Burger Clouse Metz also has one, which he took as part of the down payment for the patronage. In addition,
Sounds like we have what we need.
a full dozen more are ordered for the next auction, and they are currently being awaited, according to any of the files you can find.
Do the files mention if they've been completed or not?
As far as you can tell, there is an order for them. There looks like there's a couple of letters that reference how the progress is going, etc., and promising to officials and people of noble stature who are coming to the region soon that, yes, paintings by the great artist Bernard will be available, etc. People have heard far and wide about the, brilliance of his colouring, of how brilliant the lines are, etc., how the paintings almost speak to you in terms of emotion.
This is our man. I am 100% sure of it. We need to get to this Bernard tonight.
As he says that, Brander and I are actually walking into the room.
Yep.
And so catching the end of the conversation, are there any other paintings by this Bernard in this facility? Were there any others unsold?
All of them are sold at the auction.
The only 4 that I have record of sale went to the dead Count Conrad III, the dead Duchess Luthold, the dead Clouse Mets, and the probably soon-to-be dead Bergman.
Very well. Nice job, Garrett. I like to think of myself as the one who does the inquiries around here, but I believe you've cracked this thing wide open. My suggestion would be that we go back to the Administorum and we enlist the help of the Arbites to bring this Bernard to us, rather than us trying to chase him down, at which point we will make our case and make our arrest.
Very well.
Shall we do anything to the auction house tonight? Or leave it alone for now?
Given
I would
the cursed paintings, if we are willing to call them that have passed through this place, I feel that this entire building might be tainted.
As we're having this discussion over the microbead, Cassius, you're watching the door. Make an awareness check at plus 40. You notice walking up to you is a fairly young gentleman, about 25 years old, wearing nice but not particularly wealthy clothes. Some minor embroidery in the colours of sort of reds and blues. fingers stained with coloration. The side of his face looks like it's been recently scrubbed in an attempt to remove something. A little bit red still. Smears of
I
paint,
whisper back door into my micro bead.
mixed
I
in
mean,
with
we're
the
straight
bristles
there.
on his chin. And
Watching
he
the other
sees you
two
and
move
goes,
with purpose, I follow.
"Hi,
Yep, out the door.
sorry, I was coming to collect an advance. I was due for a painting.
Run, 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 run.
Might I inquire as to your name?
My name's Bernard. Who are you?
My name is Cassius, and I extend a hand and smile.
Oh, he sort of rubs his hand on his trousers to try and get off the sort of dried paint, and he takes your hand, shakes it. I'm sorry. Well, I just heard the news about Klaus, and well, I thought I might as well pop here for my advance as soon as possible. I'm kind of need more supplies, but I assumed he wanted his work to continue. He was a good patron, that guy. I'll miss him, but art needs to be done.
I'm going to head out the door at this point and pull out my
Okay.
las pistol.
Okay, you pull out your last pistol.
No.
Oh, what's that?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm assuming what was his name? Bernard. I'm assuming he was inside the building, or was he outside the
He
building?
was outside coming to the door.
Okay, then
The
I'm
back door? He was coming to the back door or the front
Yeah,
door?
back door.
okay. I'm sorry. I was assuming he was inside.
Okay,
Uh,
don't pull out your last pistol.
Then, yeah, I'm sorry. I was assuming I was going to be hiding from his line of sight.
Okay.
So I'd like to stay inside and pull out the las pistol.
Okay,
and
you're hidden.
aim it
and
at the
pull out
door.
last pistol.
Bernard,
Yes.
I'm here on official business right now. You understand that in the wake of Metz's death, unfortunately, all of his keepings need to be investigated to make sure that there's no foul play.
Whose authority? Sorry, I haven't seen your face before. I mean, no
Under the
offense.
authority of the Administratum, and assuming he can't read High Gothic, I pull out the documents that I have that are written in High Gothic and show them to him.
He looks at them, takes them from you, and studiously starts to read them. Make a fellowship scrutiny check.
Okay.
Am I outside or inside at the moment?
You're inside unless you want to be outside.
All right, I'll take up position by the side of the door, out of sight.
He
draw
is trying to sound out the words. He cannot speak High Gothic. He's pretending to. Yeah, that seems fine. Sorry. Is there any way I can help, really?
Absolutely. In fact, do you mind if we go back to, I assume, there's a bunch of information here about paintings that he had recently sold for you. Would you mind if we go back to your studio and have a conversation about some of your recent clients and some of your patrons?
I mean, sure. I mean,
wanna-
yeah, if you're a
you're-
fan.
You're not in any trouble or anything like that. We
Oh.
simply just want to fill out some details for the investigation.
That's fine. I mean, I've not got a motive. Why would I want to kill my patron? It makes no sense. Anyway,
No,
sure. Feel free to come back. I mean, obviously you've got the right paperwork and so on. I'd hate to put you in an imposition. You're a member of the Administratum, no less. I mean, I don't want to get in the way of the work of the God Emperor. Yeah, sure. I'm literally just down the street. So yeah, if you wanna follow me. So what's your name?
Sure. My name is Cassius.
Oh, Cassius. What do you say we? You said you had we. Did you have other
What was
people?
that?
Do you have anyone else with
Oh,
you?
yes, indeed. I have the rest of my investigative team here with me. Do you mind if we all come along?
No. I mean, I'll have to get some extra cups, but you sure?
And I'm assuming since the microbeat has been open, everybody else can hear this at this point.
Yeah.
I was drawing the stub automatic, but I put it away again.
Okay.
Close and
I'm
step
standing
out.
impassively.
You just want to go Hulk Hogan with your mechadendrites.
He just wants to have that moment where he goes, "Wah!" and they breip out, and he's blazing guns at everybody.
Later. That comes later.
So notices the rest of you and goes, "Oh, hi. Yeah, sure. Follow me. Yeah, it's okay. We'll go back to mine, and yeah, I've got some tea somewhere. I'm sure it'll be sufficient."
Absolutely.
Starts to walk you back, sort of small talk about the town and what's going on, etc., and how much it's such a shame that Klaus passed on. He was such a good supporter of the art scene around here, etc. He talks about some of the sculptors, etc., who also sold their goods.
As I follow him, I put my hand on his shoulder and I say, "How long have you known Mets?" And while doing that, I Sinisians him.
Okay. Oh, well, I've got to be about 2 years now.
What? Now?
You don't have any
Turns into a demon.
You don't have any fame.
Natural
Wasn't even
100.
a demon before, he just turns into one anyway.
Natural
Yeah.
100.
Oh, no.
This
as far
is why
as
you
you can...
don't have psychic.
Well, he's not doing his psychic powers, it's just a passive, but as far as
Yeah,
you can
it's
tell,
just a
he
passive.
seems honest, genuine, seems like a nice guy, doesn't seem to have any taint of the warp or anything about him. He literally seems like, if anything, slightly naive.
Bullshit, I say. Bullshit, he's guilty. There is no
You say this
innocence,
or
only
just
varying
randomly?
degrees of guilt.
Is that the critical fail? He just speaks his mind.
Bullshit!
No, he tries to put his hand on his shoulder, and there's like a little rut in the road, and he misses and slaps him in the face. Oh yeah, no. So yeah, no. This is my humble abode. I mean, they're redoing the bottom floor. They had a rat infestation a little while back, and it was getting at the canvases. But they were redoing the bottom floor. If you want to follow me, and he sort of messes around the lock and manages to get his key, and the door opens. I've actually just got the top floor, so it's a little bit crowded. And he goes and quickly grabs some teacups and stuff from the bottom floor behind the inn desk, and then starts walking up the stairs. Oh, come on. I'm afraid I don't have many chairs. If you don't mind standing, some of you. I'm happy to stand. I've only got...
Not a problem.
Okay, awesome. It leads you up into a loft area. This loft area, big sort of triangular roof. And you notice around it are stationed over half a dozen easels. Some with paintings done, some paintings drying, some partially finished, some with just blank canvases. Piled in the corner, blank canvases, other paintings that are half finished, all of which are these elaborate watercolors with colors that really incredibly vivid, pop almost to the eye, and they almost speak to you in
Make
emotion.
sure not looking at any of these paintings. No.
You're deliberately looking at the ground. You kind of almost bump into an easel at one point, but you very carefully make your way across.
Bernard,
Yeah.
who supplies your paints?
Well, there's a couple of alchemists and stuff nearby who provide pigment and make a fellowship scrutiny check.
Any pluses?
Plus 20. He's not particularly good.
Can
at this.
anyone else do this check?
Yes, everyone make the same check.
Yay! See, now our rolls are on. It seems like half a session we suck, and then half a session we're on.
Still sucking over here.
Yep, still
Oh,
stuck.
I spoke
We
too soon.
minded it.
Sorry, I jinxed you guys.
Hey, the face does face stuff. That's why you have a face.
This is the job of the face. My job is to take people apart in painful ways. all good.
Cassius, you get the sense that although he's telling the truth about getting his paints from alchemists and so on, he is holding something back about his paints.
Truly, though, you must get some
so-
kind of special assistance because look at the vivid nature of your paintings. They're beautiful. Like, look at the way they pop off the easel.
I mean, okay,
Cassius,
yeah.
just look at the cursed paintings.
I do make some of my paints myself. I have to go and collect, certain ores and certain herbs, etc. Got some things here and there, but I mix some of the colors myself, and it really helps make sure they pop properly. I mean, most of the other artists around here use the pre-mixed stuff from the alchemists, or some of the more refined ingredients. Whereas I tend to find using more base ingredients, more down to earth, more human tones really helps to have
At the
pictures
mention
pop.
of human tones, can I make a tech use test? I'm looking for like signs or an awareness test. Really, I'm looking around. Basically, I'm trying to check for something like the composites of because if he's painting with it, there's going to be like aerosols.
Sure. You would have to. I guess you could use the auger. It'll be a minus. Yeah, just make a straight auger check, like as if you were using the auger to check for something around you.
Can I Sinisians the room while he's doing that?
Sure.
Just like feel it out. Hopefully, I don't fail again.
I'm
I'm
going to
just looking around for paint pots.
Yeah. You can re-roll a fail, can't you, Carolinas?
Oh,
Seeing if any of them smell of heresy.
that is quite true.
Cassius, you try and Sinisians, but honestly, you're feeling a little bit drained, and it could be that it's harder to Sinisians in here, or something's dampening your ability, or it could just be, quite honestly, you've used it quite a lot today, and you're starting to feel a little bit tired from reaching into the warp, and it might be a bit taxing just to passively scan the warp.
Can I still fate
Yes,
a
you can.
failed
Yeah.
normal reroll? Damn it! Come
You
on!
just can't fate a fate.
Poop.
No. However, everyone can make awareness checks at -20.
So -20.
My target's -9, so
Okay, I'm gonna reroll that one.
I managed to unnotice things that I previously knew.
This hook is crap.
Okay.
Damn it,
The
there's too
machine
much-
god is. The machine spirit's not with you. You gotta
No.
pray harder. Use the unguents.
Well, I don't like to brag, but I do think that my mixing my own colours really does help. I mean, if you look at the paintings, the colours, the brush strokes, I mean, it's nothing like any of the other artists you get around here. Certainly since I started pre-mixing my own colours about a month ago, I've certainly had so many more sales and so much more interest from patrons.
Are there signs of his actual paints around the actual like tubs and stuff what we've been mixing?
There's a couple here and there. Mostly it's pre-mixed or post-mixed stuff. There's no seems to be raw ingredients nearby that you can see, other than like a couple of bits of charcoal here or there that are obviously used for something.
Check the bathtub.
Can I
Bernard-
move over towards? Has he got like his easel set up anywhere with?
Yeah, loads of
paint?
easels. Yeah.
With actual, paints like
Yeah.
any obvious paints. Can I move over to one of them and say,
Sure.
are these some of the paints that you've mixed?
Yeah. Those are some of the paints. I mean, I was painting before I came up. It probably dried out a bit up now, but it'll still be good. Can I offer you tea?
Sure, but 2 questions, Bernard. First and foremost, can we take a sample of a paint that you've mixed? And then second, can we
well-
see where you mix them?
While he's literally asking him that, can I have my medical mechadendra just pop out and do,
Sleight of hand check
sample?
with +10
Would that be intelligence or agility?
agility.
+10.
I really want to
Oh,
suss.
so close.
You do manage
I'll
to
try
do it.
one fate on that one as well.
No, you do manage to do it. Just it's a little bit hurried, and you knock over the paint. But you do manage to do it without
Okay.
being seen because it's only 1 degree of failure.
Okay. Oh, I'm
Your medical
terribly sorry.
mechadendrite can now make a medical check at +30.
Ooh.
Can I slip out of sight at all? Oh wow, nice roll.
Not really, because you're all kind of in this very
Wow.
small loft having a discussion. Carolinas, you
That's an
knock
awful
over
lot
the
of levels of
paint
success.
accidentally and splat. This big sort of red blob of paint just hits the ground. And your medical mechadendrite quickly reports that one of the primary ingredients in that color is human blood.
I see. I quickly step back a little bit, shaken out. I'm terribly sorry. That was very clumsy of me.
It's okay. I've got some more of that color left anyway, so...
I looked at Carolinas at the noise.
Turning around, where's our friend looking right now?
he's looking at you.
Yeah. I say I'm very clumsy at the moment. Perhaps I should take a seat. and look around.
Do you want some tea?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. He starts to put a kettle on the hob at the far end of the room.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, I whisper to Brander, make the arrest. Arrest him.
All right.
As that's happening, I move past Cassius as if I'm moving for a seat, and I just murmur, "Blood."
Double arrest him.
All right. Right. I'll approach.
Where's the manacles?
I'll approach.
Hi, sorry, what was your name? He talks to you, Brenda.
My name's Brander. I'm afraid.
Would you like tea?
No, thanks.
Oh, okay.
I think
some
it's
water?
best if you come with us.
Well, we're going to make the tea first, and then I've got some paintings to do. I mean, I would love to, but I've got work, so...
As Brander's saying that, I just kind of move up, sort of behind our friend here.
What we're trying
Just
to
as if
say,
I'm peering
Bernard,
over. What kind of teas do you have?
Oh, well, I've just a local one. Some of the farmers grow it up north. I don't know if it's actually got a name.
While he's doing that, can I take him down?
Sure, make a weapon skill roll.
Okay. Any bonuses for?
Plus 30, because he is unaware and surprised. Well, he's aware. He's not. He is surprised though. So plus 30. I'm just going to say, for the sake of it, because he's a starving artist, and honestly, he's not very good at fighting. You just poof, punch him in the face. Your McEndrites having wound around your arm to provide a nice metal knuckle duster, and he just goes straight
I
out.
just punched him with a mechadendrite knuckle duster. How badass is that?
Yep.
That's pretty raw. I'm on board with it.
His head clangs against the metal hob as he goes down, and he looks pretty unconscious.
Well then. So what did
was
you
in
find in
that-
the paints?
Yeah, what was in the paint?
Human blood.
Jesus. Well, I don't say Jesus. I say God Emperor.
While he's been knocked down, can I test him to check if the blood is his?
Sure. It comes back. It is not. I
Not
would like you
Brandon.
all to make awareness checks.
Sorry?
Say it
Awareness
again.
checks, everyone.
What checks?
Awareness.
Sorry. Skype is like muting you all the time.
My God.
Brander is aware.
Okay. Carolinus and
Brander's
Brander.
very aware.
So you notice as he goes, and he almost seems to deflate slightly.
I
And his
Sinisian.
chest stops moving. Make a Sinusence check. While
Do I
you
get any
concentrate,
pluses?
are you touching his body to Sinusence, or are you just the air?
I'll touch him, sure.
Or are you touching a painting?
While he's doing
I'll
that,
touch the artist.
Okay.
can I check for life signs since I'm like practically holding him on
Sure.
the floor at the moment?
Yeah. However, actually, no, Caroline, you're a little bit busy right now. I'll tell you in a second.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So what was the Sinisians? Do I get any pluses or minuses?
No, just a plain Sinusence.
Damn.
It's pushing it a bit far. In fact, it's almost like you're not sure. It's just almost like his body's refusing to work with you on this one. However, Brander and Caroline, you both catch out the corner of your eye movement, and you look at one of the paintings, and it feels like something's missing. You catch a moment out the corner of your eye again. You turn around to another one of the paintings in the other easel to the side, and you're not sure. And then you turn around again, and another of the easel's paint starts to fall off of it. Water starts to run off of it into colours, and these pigments start to form into a puddle on the floor.
What is this heresy?
And then it forms up and
killed the
merges. This is happening while you're kind of perceiving this. You don't have a chance. Into a humanoid figure. And it's kind of 2D to the way you look at it. It's form made up of pigment blotches that move and swirl. Almost like looking at a gas, but it's actually some sort of very airy like liquid as it all sort of moves and forms to show different colors that hue and change constantly, flowing over each other like some sort of very light oil. And you get the sense it looks at you. I wouldn't have done that if I were you. Roll initiative.
Yay!
Do Brander and Carolinus roll without surprise, and the rest of us roll surprise, or what?
Effectively, I would say no. Everyone can just roll normally, but Caroline and Brander are the ones who got where this thing came from. And
Can you
I've
give
got
us
a-
icons on the map?
I'm
Same
literally
thing,
providing you a map right now.
What? Look at that map. Damn,
Man.
that's pretty spiffy.
I
That
spent
was
some
pretty
time
awesome,
on
to be
this. Brander, Carolinus, Cassius, Garrett. And then let me open up.
Oh, was there a
There we
modifier
go.
of that? Is there a bonus or
Ooh.
something?
What initiative?
Yeah.
It's your agility bonus.
Oh, so we roll a d10 plus our agility bonus, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 13 for me then.
I got 10.
I've got gardening.
The tracker's not up for some reason.
Yeah, I just realized that.
There it is.
I did rubbish.
You had
I
3
got good
multipliers.
initiative. I'm happy for myself right now.
I'm the guy who saw this coming.
Maybe you should try to be oblivious more. You might just blunder your way through things like I do more often.
Yep.
Then you just blame it on talent. You'd be like, oh, it was all talent. I totally meant to do it that way. I just want to be like Cephas Cain. I don't ever know if it's Cephas Cain or Caiaphas Cain. Caiaphas
It was
Cain sounds
Cyphus.
better.
I don't know.
Has anybody actually heard the author say it? See, I never know how to pronounce his name. Caiaphas Cain
is,
has alliteration.
Is the name of our enemy like Paint Blob or what?
No. I don't have a
Unknown.
name. We're not on first name terms yet.
Yep,
Can
sadly.
you add 3 to my initiative tracker because I rolled it without adding
You can
the...
add it to yours, I think.
Oh, can I? How? Oh, how useful. Thank you. There we go.
Ooh, actually, I believe I have... Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Oh shit. He's quick.
We're fucked.
We're gonna die.
Right, there we go. Back to the map. Ta-da! Welcome to our lovely map for today. I'm going to zoom in so I've got the entire loft covered. Now, anyone within 2 meters of the north or south edge of this building effectively will be at negatives because it's kind of a steep roof and you have to kind of be bent over.
Okay.
So try and stay in the middle of 3 meters if you can. Right, my go. The watercolor, the paints swirl, and the reds become prominent and mix in with the blues that appear from the skyline as it drags out of the picture. And most of it turns a shade of purple, small blots of yellow and green moving around in places. But mostly it's now a sort of purple entity with blotches moving up and down it as it looks over towards you
Which of you is you?
and steps towards Carolinus.
No.
Time to
He's
make an
gonna kill our
attack
medic.
roll.
No, our medic is tanky as hell. We're fine.
Oh,
Just
okay.
get in with the mechadendrite, you'll be fine.
Righteous Fury, it's dead. No! What an anticlimax.
Cassius, did you draw your sword, or you've got your sword at the ready, haven't you?
No,
Okay.
I was unaware. I was like leaning down to check out the body.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're both kind of derpy over here.
I would like you to make a willpower check. No, that won't work. Okay, I'm just going to make an attack. So, right. Single attack.
I'm good at willpower checks.
Every time you've had a willpower check, you've pissed yourself, gone vacant, and run away from
It's
a
my-
crystal.
It's my lowest stat.
You are hit 44 in the body as one of the arms of this watercolor come forwards and drag themselves down your front. And as it does so, the robes that you're wearing split open, sheared, as if something very, very sharp just completely shredded them. I'm going to roll damage.
Dodge, parry, do something.
You take 7 points of rending damage with a penetration of 2 to your chest.
On my body,
Yes.
doesn't do anything.
With a penetration of 2?
Penetration of 2, my defense
Oh, yeah.
is...
Yeah.
7 points, was it?
Yeah, so it doesn't do
I've
anything.
Got
'cause you're-
6, my armor is 6, and my toughness is 4.
Yeah, so it needs to be more than 8. Yeah.
Yes.
It shreds down the front, your robe splitting open massively. Your armor itself tearing in some places. However, the scars it leaves are superficial. You managing to flex off most of the damage, and the cut itself doesn't seem to have done much. Carolinus, you're up.
Okay. Right, how much of a turn is required for me to ready my hand cannon? Given that
A
I
turn.
don't have a holster or anything.
Full turn.
It's a
because
full
you're
turn,
having
is
to
it?
get it out from where you've hidden it.
Okay, well, given that then, when I disengage, I can move 3 meters, is that correct?
Your agility bonus, yes.
Right. Okay, well, I would like to disengage then
Okay.
back to here.
Right. Okay. That's your go.
Yep.
Garrett.
I pull out my last pistol. I also scream a little bit.
Full turn. Last pistol. Oh,
Yep.
also, I forgot. Before you do that, Carolinus, I have to make everyone here make a fear check.
What's a fear check?
Okay.
Roll willpower. It also has baleful presence, which means that you take a -10. So everyone take a willpower check at -10.
All right.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I've heard fear is overpowered in this game. It's like brutal. That's why everybody takes fear immunity as like their first thing with XP.
Okay.
We all just cramped ourselves and died.
Oh,
I am pooping
dear.
so much right now.
Just shitting everywhere, like a jetpack across the room.
Gets
Oh,
absorbed
God.
into the monster.
Okay, I need to look up the rules for fear because I need to find the table. You want to race me there, Cassius?
I don't have my book anywhere nearby.
Oh man, why?
You're the
You
GM.
just make it up. Just make it up, Cassius. Come on.
yeah,
if you fail your
everyone-
check, you get all the money in the world and all the sexy space babes.
Yes!
We
Death by
win!
snoo snoo.
God.
The body is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
Okay, where's fear? Fear. Hallucination. Bolt weapons. No. Why are you using the word fear all over the place? Stop using the word fear all over the place.
Oh no,
It's a
I lost
book
connection
about
to
dark
chat.
heresy. What made you think that fear wasn't going to be a
285.
common word?
285
285.
is what chat says.
Did anyone else lose connection to chat? Or it's just me?
Fear.
Just you.
Ha 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 ha. Thank you. You must immediately roll on the shock table, adding +10 for each degree of failure after the first. Okay, so how many degrees of failure did you get?
6.
3.
I got 6.
5.
Okay. So -1 from that, because it's every degree of failure after the first. Okay. And then I want you to roll a d100 plus 10 times that number. So if you've got 4 degrees of failure, d100 plus 40. So it's whatever your degrees of failure were, -1, then times that by 10 and add d100.
I've got 93.
Okay. So everyone else, roll your numbers, etc., add them together, and let me know after we've gone through. So firstly, it's going to be Carolinus, 93. Panic grips the character. He must flee the source of his fear, if able, as fast as he can, and if prevented from doing so, can only take half actions and is at -20 to all tests. Once away from the danger, he must successfully snap out of it to regain control.
Okay.
The only way for you
89.
to directly flee is to effectively run into the corner. So your entire turn will be moving into that corner.
Okay.
89. Flee. Your turn will be to run over there. Garrett, 77. The character is frozen by terror. He can take no action until he recovers himself. After snapping out of it, he makes all tests with a -10 penalty for the rest of the encounter.
Ouch.
I'm 67.
67. Likewise, you're frozen in terror. He can take no action until he recovers himself. After snapping out, he makes a -10 for the rest of the encounter. Okay.
Wow.
I
This
imagine
is pretty
this-
OP.
In my head, this is like a Monty Python sort of thing. So someone turns around, Jesus Christ! And everyone just scatters.
Fear is brutal in this game. I would direct everyone to get the fear immunity talent as soon as possible.
But the problem is there's two tiers. There's normal, and then there's, like, weird stuff.
I'm fairly certain that flesh-rending watercolors count as weird stuff.
He's just made out of
Yeah.
paint. He doesn't scare me with his phthalo blue bullshit.
Oh,
Get
he
that
scares
noise.
you. Oh, he scares you. Scares all of us.
It's like a Bob
Yeah.
Ross elemental. What's he gonna do? Hug me to death?
Right,
He's gonna make
so
happy
that makes
accidents
it...
all over your body.
Garrett, you get to make a willpower check.
Yeah, but it's -10 because of fear, and it's -10 again because of that penalty there. So I'm literally rolling to get under 2.
A 5 or less always succeeds.
Oh, okay.
And a 95 always fails.
Come on, buddy. Critical 1. We believe in you.
Nope.
Target of 2. Oh my
Tell
god.
me. I don't know what we're gonna do here.
Cassius,
know what
you
I'm
run
gonna
to
do.
the
I'm gonna run
corner.
away.
Brenda, you make a willpower check at -10.
How can you run though if you fail willpower checks?
Nope.
Oh,
It goes now. It looks at Brenda, and Cassius, you don't get to roll snap out of it this turn. You have to roll until you're far away as possible, and then next turn you can. Your far as possible is to get to the
Okay.
corner. It looks at Brenda. Your talent is mine. I would like you to make a willpower check at -10.
right. Nope.
And I'm going to roll
Wait, wasn't-
my willpower check with plus... I believe I get plus 20 to this.
Guy's like, no, let me go. Smell of poop and fear.
That
Target
number's
245.
wrong.
How
What?
did?
What?
Plus 20. Let's try that again.
That's a
Oh,
little bit
I
better.
failed. That sucks.
You okay?
It
Didn't know.
moves forwards until it's on the table.
I didn't know watercolors could poop themselves, but
Into combat with
there
both
you
of
go.
you. Right, that makes it Carolina's... Carolina's, you're at -10 to make a willpower check. Nope. You're
Almost.
still
I'll
scared to
use a
death.
fate and I'll try and re-roll it.
Okay.
No, even worse.
Okay. Cassius, you can either do actions at -20, or you can try to snap out of it with a willpower check at -10. Actually, let me just check the distance to you. Yeah, still -10.
Okay, I guess I'll try to snap out of it.
Someone said that with snap out of it, the -10 doesn't apply.
It's -10 to all willpower checks within the distance. Baleful presence, not fear. No, you fail. That makes it... Oh, Garrett,
Yeah.
make a willpower check at -10.
Does the extra -10 from the fear failure also
No.
apply?
No, that's just for every action from then on when you pass. So just -10.
Minus 10.
It's only a -10.
Okay.
Nope. Branda?
-10.
Yep.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Right. It looks over and can now see Cassius. I see you carrying a blade. Give me yours. Make an opposed willpower check. However, Cassius, you get 2 times your psi rating as a bonus to this. And I'm going to push. Why not? I'm going to push massively.
This
I'm
is
gonna
not going to
push.
end up well for anybody. He's going to blow up the whole building.
I'm going to push 3 higher than my normal psi rating. I'm casting at psi
Oh
rating
my
4.
god.
Now, those of you at home, psi rating is a measure of what psychics can do. You can push up to 2 times more than psi rating for most psychics, except for demons, who can push 3 times. Not 3 times, plus 3. And they also automatically trigger perils. I failed my willpower check, however. Cassius, you managed to just about throw off as he stretches out his arm, and it feels like his mind's trying to suck something out of your very soul. But you managed to just about steal yourself using the incantations and the shielded mind technique that you've been taught all that time ago in the Scholar Prodigium, and you managed to just about prevent this from happening. At the same time, however, I ultimately trigger perils with a plus 30. Which table is perils in? It is
And
in
also,
psychic.
I can push your perils up by like 8 too. So go ahead and roll.
Oh dear.
So how does that work then, Cassius?
So my character he's learned how to like basically duel other psychers essentially, and so there's little waves that they send a force through the warp when they do that, and I've learned how to use that momentum like mental judo to like amplify when they fail, and so I can make you fail worse or I can make you succeed better by dampening it, depending. So if you got like a full group of psychers, it's great.
That's 58. You can push it up if you want.
What happens if I push it over 60?
It
don't
would
have my
go
book in
to
front of me.
dark summoning rather than. Oh, is that Perils of the Warp? Yes, sorry, that's the wrong one. This would be Psychic Phenomena. 68. Falling upwards. It instead switches to Shadow of the Warp. So falling upwards, gravity turns off and everything goes up, and then falls. Otherwise, Shadows of the Warp. For a split second, the world changes in appearance. Everyone within so many meters had a brief glimpse of the Shadow of the Warp.
I'll just get the Shadow of the Warp. It's fine. I'm not gonna swap gravity around.
Okay, so seeing the energies let loose from the demon, you quickly grab and push them and push him over the edge. And the demons... And then suddenly everyone within... 4 meters.
4 whole meters.
So that would be Carolinus, Garrett, and Branda. You all see a split second of the actual immensity of the warp. A shadow of it, but you see it. This impossibility, this other realm, this realm which humans are not meant to be exposed to, unleashed upon your mind. I would like you all to make willpower checks at -10, but also -10 for baleful presence, so -20.
Oh no.
What have you done to your companions?
Oh, I did it.
What?
Well
You
done,
did it.
Branda. Well,
I
bloody
actually
done.
made a willpower check.
I'll use a fate, and I'll re-roll that.
Really?
Because this feels like it
Really?
needs to
You need to reroll below a 10. I'm sure fate will become important in other places, but it's up to you.
be... Okay, no, I won't. All right, I'll hold on to it.
Branda, you managed to just about divert your attention away from it. So many times you've been traveling through the warp in your naval days that you've managed to just about chant out some of the catechisms, some of the psalms to the Emperor, and pull your gaze away. However, Carolinus and Garrett, I both want you to roll a d5.
Okay.
Garrett, you gain 3 corruption points.
That will go through.
Carolinus,
Oh, I
you
gained
get 5 corruption points.
Man.
five. Oh, boo. Why
As
did
you
you have to do
gaze-
that instead of letting it just be gravity, you scallywag?
Because
Directly
gravity
into
probably
the
would have
wall.
dealt damage or something. I don't know. I don't have the book in front of me.
It wouldn't have done it
yes,
to me
it
and
would
you
have-
were under a sloped roof.
It would have dealt damage, yeah. And also, by the way, demons are immune to perils of the warp,
Oh.
so they would have
Oh.
got affected.
See, the way I envisioned it is like you're going to get sucked up into the air and then slam back down into the ground, because that's a pretty high roll. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's a little concerning. It's probably going to
It's
hurt a lot, no matter what
probably
you do.
beneficial
We're in
you're
an
under a
attic.
low... Yeah, it's probably beneficial
With a
you're in an
really low
attic.
roof.
Outside, it would be painful.
You douche.
He then...
Like, yeah, I'm just going to make it worse for everyone else.
frustrated, swipes back at Garrett. I get +10 for a single attack, and no, I'm gonna do a swift attack, which is a +0, but I get +10 because I'm on a table, which gives me advantage on my height.
That's the other point. Physical damage can be healed.
71, which is your leg. That's 5 degrees of success, which with swift attack gives me 2 hits. So I get your leg, and then I believe the next hit location is body. So I get 2 hits. So the way this works is that with swift attack, for every 2 degrees of success after the first, I get another hit. So 1, 2, 3. That's 3 hits. Right leg, body, right arm.
I thought
Is there any way
Swift
to
attack
dodge?
only gave you an extra attack for every 2 things of success after the first, and then lightning attack gave you 1 for every single one.
Yeah, but because I got 5 degrees of success, first one's a hit, third one's a hit, fifth one's a hit.
Oh, okay. Just keeping you on your toes.
Yeah.
Is there any way to dodge?
Yes, you may make a dodge. Oh. Yes, you can make a dodge. It doesn't stop you doing reactions. I'll have to double check. You failed anyway. Though you
I'm
can
a fake
feint
that,
it. Let
though.
me check. Let
Yeah,
me check before
I
you
faked
do.
that one.
Let me check before you do. I'm not sure if you can take reactions.
Oh, okay.
Let me check on fear.
All right.
You may take no actions. Reaction is an action.
Okay.
So sorry.
I just keep crapping myself then.
You take 6 rending damage, pen 2 to the leg. You've got chainmail there, which is what, 4? 3?
It's 3, and then toughness 3.
Okay, so that's reduced to 1 because of the penetration. So 3 plus 1, 4. You take 6 damage minus 4. You take 2 points of damage. As these watercolor hands rip through and chains are scattered everywhere and massive gouts of blood appear on your calf.
Screams internally.
Ooh, you then take 12 pen 2 to the chest.
So that's 8 more damage.
Yes.
Screams internally.
How many hit points are you on?
And externally.
I'm on 2.
We're gonna die.
You take 9 points of damage to the arm. That puts you at minus
Yeah,
7.
that's a 9 minus 7. Yeah.
Okay, that's critical damage. And minus 7 is pretty bad. I'm gonna have to find the critical damage tables. I had a
It
note
was an
of what
arm.
they were. So let's look.
You don't need 2 arms.
Now you get a cool robo arm, though.
Yeah, it's true. We'll replace that weak flesh with
Rending on the
purity
arm.
of metal.
Ready? The attack rips apart skin, muscle, bone, and sinew with ease, turning the target's arm into a dangling ruin of severed veins and spurting blood. He suffers blood loss and 1d10 strength damage. The arm is useless until the target receives medical attention. Your
Oh, that's not
arm
too
is
bad.
useless. It is still there.
That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I thought it was going to be lost the arm.
yeah, that's what I thought too.
So, roll a 1d10. You temporarily lose 9 points of strength. This will come back after you basically rest and heal, but for now, you lose it.
Okay. What is strength used for? I don't think I've ever used it.
Melee.
Melee damage.
Ah.
And also, you're suffering from blood loss, which means at the start of your round, you suffer 1 level of fatigue. Once per round as a free action, you can attempt a difficult medical test to remove the condition. So gouts of blood sprawl down your arm as it lies a ruin off to the side. This brings us to Carolinus. Would you like to make your willpower check?
Yep. And that's at minus 10, yeah?
Yep.
I just want to not be feared anymore. This is like fighting a
Yeah.
warlock in WoW. This is the worst.
Nope.
No. If you're going to use fate, by the way, use fate on the rolls to actually get into the combat.
All right.
Okay. Nope.
Damn.
Garrett. For a start, you take a point of fatigue. There is a box on your sheet for this. It is down near the wounds and the armor and stuff.
Okay, and then what?
Nothing for now. Basically, when your fatigue exceeds a characteristic bonus, that characteristic counts as half. So, Cassius. You can take actions, a half action at minus 20, or you can choose to snap out of it.
I'm just going to keep trying to snap out of it.
Yeah. Minus 10. You've not got any fate left, have you?
Nah. Most of us aren't going to snap out of this anyways. I mean, our willpower is so low as a party that...
Yeah. Branda?
I mean, I have a rough chance, but everybody else kind of hosed.
It's one of my dump stats. I'm regretting it.
Oh, it wasn't.
I knew
even
I
one of
would.
mine, but we're all very new characters, so.
Branda?
Was it me? Okay, willpower minus 10.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Do you want to fate it?
I've only got one left. I might need that to stay alive. I'm going to leave it.
A good way to stay alive is not to get hit.
Is he about to hit me? Oh, God. I mean,
Still
Emperor.
reasonable armor, but
Alright, I'll fate it. This isn't going to work.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 5
There's a
chance.
good lad.
close.
Oh.
Close.
That's so close, I'll say that effectively next turn you get a +10, so it counts out the Baleful Presence. Because that was a borderline roll.
Okay.
And you've been exposed to it for a while. Next go. Targeting the prostrate form of the artist on the ground. Time's up. He makes his attack. He's going to use Swift Attack. He gets a +40 because target is helpless. Only 3 degrees success, so that's 2 hits. To the head, because it's 0-5. And then to the arm. He rips off the arm of Bernard and sends it spinning across the room. And Bernard shudders, and then the blood stops flowing. Carolinus, willpower -10.
Okay.
Garrett,
Yes.
willpower -10.
Oh, I thought last turn you didn't let me roll. Okay.
Oh, did I not let you roll last turn?
I asked what else, and you said nothing.
Oh, roll for last turn, and then roll for this turn.
Hey!
The shock of getting your arm almost torn off rips you out of your reverie. This turn you can act. Go, what do you want to do? You got -10 to all
get the
actions.
hell away from this guy.
Okay, so you can take a disengage, which is your entire turn, and it will allow you to move your agility bonus.
Yay! Yeah, I'm gonna go towards Cassius.
That's actually a good point. I'm going to implement the house rule that each cumulative snap out of it test gets a cumulative +10 after each turn. Just because that stops things being ridiculous.
What turn are we up to?
I'll implement it from last turn, so effectively you have like a +20 this turn.
Is that the first time someone has moved in this encounter?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I moved involuntarily.
Intentionally.
Yeah.
I
Cassius,
shit myself across the room.
Make your willpower check at +20.
When people said fear is OP, they were right.
Fear's pretty brutal in DH. That's like I said, everybody takes the fear immunity talents as quick as possible.
Yeah, but
Kind of bad game
nothing
design,
should
though,
be-
if there's an obvious upgrade path. Otherwise, there's
Yeah,
nothing better
that's
than that.
that's the problem. Is it makes something forced upon? Oh, whatever. We'll get into it later. Don't worry about it.
That's for the post show.
Yeah. Yeah, so make your willpower check at +20, Cassius.
Oh. Let me do my +20.
You're out of it.
Nice.
Brenda.
Yay!
+20 willpower.
That's 20. Oh yeah, because it's not the -10. Yeah.
So I get a turn now, or is that my entire turn
That's your
snapping
entire
out?
turn snapping out.
Okay.
So it's me. My willpower
Oh, it was-
20 then.
How did what was it? Shen move if its entire turn was meant to be just snapping out?
Because he snapped at last
Because-
turn, but I didn't give him a turn last turn because he skipped. So yeah, roll. You've snapped out of it.
Nice. There
we go.
That makes it my go. Your talent is mine! Turns toward Cassius and tries this again. This time, I'm not going to overcast it. I'm just casting it a standard power rating. Opposed willpower test, Cassius, and you also get to add double your psi rating.
Appreciate the paint monster trying not to melt our brains. Yet.
I succeed, but I fail my willpower check to manifest the power. You notice energy reach out towards you, but you try and put up a defense, but you feel the attack just wasn't quite enough, and it barely pushes away from your body. And with that, he turns towards Branda. Swift attack! Plus 10 for being above you.
Will I be able to dodge this now that I'm snapped
you can
out?
now. Yeah. That will be 3 degrees success, so it hits you twice. In the 93, which is the left leg, then body.
I'll try dodging.
Okay.
Modifiers?
None.
Yeah, would they?
Oh, minus 10. Sorry. Because... Which you
How do
still
you
pass
pass?
by 3 degrees success, so you ignore both of the attacks.
Well done.
Not
That's
bad.
the one thing I can do.
Sorry, Branda
Yay.
and Garrett, bear in mind that both of you have got minus 10 to the entire rest of the encounter. But yeah, you managed to just about dodge as one arm comes in, and then the second arm comes across, and you manage to take a step back, narrowly missing you. One of the buttons on your coat. Ting! Carolinus, you're up.
Okay. No, so bad.
Okay. Garrett.
Okay, now that I'm not engaged, can I move a little farther away?
Yes, how far would you like to move?
Yes. I want to run the hell away.
Okay, run.
You can join me in the corner if you want. Just step over my puddle of shit. Just watch out. There's a stream of
Now
it.
that's...
That'd be a full move.
I was going to ask. Let's see, that's half move before... Yeah, that's a full move. You got it.
Yeah. Cassius.
Oh,
Oh, by the way, you take another point of fatigue damage every turn, so that's actually like 2 more points I think you've taken.
Yeah, I'm at 3 now.
Yeah. Your stats are starting to degrade.
I'm going to attempt to reach into the warp and cast Smite at him.
Okay.
This is probably a terrible plan, but I'm going to try.
Nothing is a terrible plan. Do it.
All right, so we're casting Smite. It's going to be at Psi rating 2. I've got plus 10 for my Psi focus.
Okay.
And is the warp stronger or weaker here?
It is stronger, but tapping into the mess here might cause perils.
Okay.
It would be effectively you'd be able to push at a higher level.
Nice.
Oh, well done.
Oh, what does that mean?
Okay.
You hit?
Yeah, I hit him for 1d10 penetration 4. And so my damage roll, I can't believe that actually worked.
Wow.
I was expecting to destroy the
Okay,
entire
so
party
Cassius,
right there.
what just happened?
All right. So, seeing how dire the situation is, my character snaps out of his fear and begins to sweat profusely, and it just seems like he's just like, "Nah!" And he's focusing on something, like coalescing power together, and you see vague arcs of lightning start to gather between both of his hands, and he crushes them both together before releasing them in the direction of the demon, like, essentially goes, Hadouken! You know, like Street Fighter style. And it does 1d10 plus 2 with Pen 4. Hooray!
So white arcs of light impact off the
Oh,
floor,
no.
the ceiling, and the nearby
No!
easels.
Luck is not
dear.
with you.
No.
One of them impacting the demon. However, it doesn't do anything more than annoy it. The
No.
very smallest of arcs actually gets to it, flickers off it, and it kind
Curse
of...
your damage roll!
All of that talk is like,
I
yes,
almost blew up the
lightning.
planet! I almost blew up the planet for this. Fuck.
Branda, you're up.
That was
What if
actually
we
only
can-
a half an action for me.
Oh, okay. What do you do with the other half?
I'm doing another one. He's catching
You
2.
can't do 2 of the same subtype.
Oh,
Both of them have got the attack subtype. You can't do both in one turn.
Okay, so I step a little bit closer then.
Okay. Yeah, Branda.
I don't know if I can dive for cover in this situation. Would that be a half action that would then allow me to shoot? Or is that not?
Yes, but you would get a hit as you retreat because you're not doing disengage action.
Oh, do I have to disengage to get away from him?
Or you get hit. Up to you. Or you can draw the chainsword.
Do it.
I've got to press you. What are you going to do?
Alright, I'm going to draw the chainsword. I'm going to grab the...
Full
through
action.
the cloth thing, I'll grab it,
Wait,
rev it,
wait.
and have it tear through the cloth coverings. Is that a half action? I've got quick
No,
draw.
it's a full... Oh, quick draw. Then it is a half action for you.
Yes.
Slice this
Alright.
fool! Slice him!
Then I'll make an attack on him.
Okay,
Using using my mighty powers.
single
That's
attack
something
plus
awesome.
10.
Foul beast.
Yeah, remember your minus 10.
Okay, so just a
Oh, and a minus 10, so yeah,
nothing
just...
else on
No, plus 10 because it's a single attack, so they cancel out.
Okay.
Remember, when you do a single attack, you get a plus 10. However...
Ooh.
There we go.
nice. I am, however, going to make a dodge roll.
Oh,
Nice attack, though.
I get to do my thing now.
However,
Yes, he didn't dodge.
unable to dodge into you. Yeah, sure. 80. That would be the right leg. Make your attack. What damage do you
I
do?
have to roll for damage twice, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck!
8, pen 2. Which I
Oh,
believe...
rolls 2 and picks
Terrible.
the highest one.
Right. As your blade passes into the watercolor, it catches a little bit on bits of color and flecks of paint flick off and hit the ground nearby, slightly sizzling as they do so and leaving colored scars in the woodwork. It does a little bit of damage. You notice the paint trying to reform, and there is a little bit of a gap where you can just see through on the leg. However, it didn't manage to do as much damage as you thought. Unfortunately, being a demon and its very nature, it's kind of resilient. But you did do some damage.
I'm back in.
Pretty nasty.
It's go. Perhaps yours will do. And, Brenda, I want you to make a willpower check.
Damn
Is
it.
this minus 10 as well?
Yes.
Why did I ask?
And this is where it all goes
Baleful
wrong
presence.
again.
What
You
is
like
the
that kid?
what is the range on Baleful Presence?
10 meters. However, you fail. I also fail. Again, just unable to really focus its mind on you. You feel something wash across your soul, but you don't feel any other effect.
I'll take that.
Hey, everyone
Then,
needs a good
incredibly
soul washing now and
frustrated, it's going to do a swift attack on you.
Can it use its power and attack
Yes.
in the same turn?
Oh, foul tricks won't work on me, beast.
So it gets plus 10 for being on a table.
Is swift attack a half action?
All attacks are half action. However, completely fails to get you as it seems to be relying more on that leg that you took a chunk out of, and it's kind of falling and like bits of color are now running down it. It didn't cause any damage this turn. I think I have to make a warp instability check.
Ah,
That's fine. Right. Whose turn is it now?
mine, I believe, but you just... Ah, there we are. That's fine.
Carolinus.
Let me just expand that, okay? Right.
Snap out of
So
it,
now
buddy.
it's Plus 30 at this point, is that right?
It should be plus 40 by now.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh wow.
God
No.
damn it.
See, the thing is, if this rule had been in at the beginning, I would have passed it ages ago, like 2 or 3 different tests with like 7 or so above what I needed at the time. It's like, oh,
So if he's cowering in fear, what are his mechadendrites doing?
They're kind of like just curled up, like protectively around him, kind of
protect the
curled up
face!
across him.
Protect the face! I played rugby enough.
Yeah, so that would make it Garrett's turn.
I pull out my las pistol, full action, and I take another fatigue.
Yes, you do. By the way, you can spend a fate point to remove all fatigue. So whenever you need to start doing stuff, might want to do that.
Okay.
That makes it Cassius.
Can I look around to see if there's any paint thinner around?
Sure, that'll be a half action. Yeah, you glance around with half action. Make a perception roll.
Paint thinner. This heretic's version of holy water.
Yeah!
You don't notice any paint thinner. However, you do notice right next to your leg, actually, at the end of the bed, there is a jar of some very red liquid, which at first glance looks like a large container of blood.
How did we not notice this?
Is
I
it
feel like that would
bat-
make it worse.
Is it
How do you
bat
not notice this?
demon
It's actually
removal
behind
spray?
the curtain. Pardon?
Is it bat demon removal spray?
It looks like blood, and it's a big container of it. And
blood?
it looks
Tastes
like
like
the
blood.
jar
Maybe it
is
is blood.
Does it taste like blood?
next to a few mixing pallets, which are also
I
stained
feel
with red.
like blood just make it worse because it's already a demon. Like, don't they like blood?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. You're the person who tangles with the
It's a
wall.
watercolor, so the
Yeah.
paint thinner is mostly water, but you've got half action left.
I guess I'll cast Smite at him again and hope I don't blow up the universe.
At the demon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna Google like what happens when you mix blood with paint.
Makes it red.
Wow.
You just
Yeah.
can't gather the energy around here. It just sparking off you, and you can't quite get the energy you want.
At least it's not doubles. That's what you guys got to watch out for. A
I want to be
99,
doubles, man.
an 88, a
Branda, you're up.
77.
Oh, it's me. I will aim an attack with the chainsword.
Aim, single attacks, it's plus 20.
But minus
So
10.
minus 10, so plus 10.
Minus 10, yeah, so plus 10.
What?
I don't have any fate left. No, no.
You cut off your own head.
Your chainsaw jams into the table. It'll take a half action to get that chainsaw out.
Damn it.
As it starts
Just
sawing
cut
its
through
way
the table, then you won't have his
table.
height advantage anymore.
I mean, it would also take a half action to shove it through the table. My go. I'm going... I'm gonna hit Branda again. Branda. Aim, swift attack. So that gives me a plus 20.
Oh dear lord. Roll high. High.
I'll get my dodge roll ready.
Oh, so
However,
lucky.
you managed to just about duck under the furious blows.
I
Holding
imagine
out there,
that
Branda.
He's trying to jiggle his chainsaw out of the table. He's making a very unstable footing.
Carolinas, plus 50. Roll for your willpower.
Hey!
I can't believe it.
Garrett,
Like I
you're
said,
up.
if this rule had been in when we started, I'd already be out of it. But instead, now my rolls are just getting higher and higher.
Garrett.
I have no words.
It's like you've
Beautiful.
consciously decided to stay hiding in the corner.
I
Okay,
can't
I'm
see
gonna-
it. It can't see me. I can't see it. It can't see it.
I'm gonna
Garrett.
send a fate to remove my fatigue.
Oof, fatigue's now 0. Because you just went up to 5.
And that allows me to just do everything without a penalty, right?
Yep.
Except for the negative 10.
Yeah. You can, however, make a Medicaid test as a free action to remove your bleeding.
Okay, how do I do that?
Make a Medicaid test at minus 10, with a minus 10 because of your minus 10.
I wouldn't do that because then Abbott can't help you.
No, this is not a first aid test. This is literally just
so much
a...
blood, okay.
It's just a, like, I'm
Oh.
going to try and steel myself to staunch the blood.
Oh,
No,
gotcha.
it's a free action, so no worry about it.
It's negative 10!
You'd still pass a 5% chance. Sure, you can take your turn. So you want to aim and shoot?
Okay. Aim and shoot. Called shot
Bam.
head.
So that's plus 10, minus 10. You're at short range, so it's another plus 10.
Why did we get into this line of work? This is the worst job ever. I could have been a rice farmer. This is bullshit.
Should have stayed in the Navy.
Yeah. At least then you'd have other people dying all around you.
We putting together titans on a forge world.
That's a hit.
Oh, that was so lucky.
Roll for damage.
What's funny is on my screen it had a 0, but then the other die knocked it over to a 60.
The laser blast hits it in the back of the head. And the paint starts to reform around it, but there is still a gaping hole where you can see the other side of the room through the side of its head. However, not quite as effective as a normal laser blast to the back of someone's head would be, it being made of watercolor. Cassius.
Okay, I step forward again with my movement. And let's smite again.
Okay.
I'm really
You're
tempting
gonna
the...
roll those doubles.
I should not be doing
Push
this
it,
right now.
push
This
it,
is terrible.
push it real good.
You've already had your 100 roll. You can't do it again. You're fine.
76, we're good.
You should have pushed
So
it, man.
close to 77, though.
Yeah, so sadly, lightning arcs, but you don't manage to grab the power. The problem is you're trying to grab the power in here, and you're wary that if you try and pull too much, you might pull some of the unstable, ruinous power that is in here.
I
Branda,
use my half action to draw my sword.
you moved.
A move is free, isn't it? I only
No.
move 2.
Half action.
Off action to
Oh.
move,
Or full action if
Really?
you move more than your agility bonus. Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Branda.
Right. Can I use a half action to cut through the table then?
The table
as I'm there.
becomes slightly more rickety. It won't go down unless you hit it again, but now if you hit it again, it might well go down.
Right, I'll attack with my other half action.
Are you attacking the table or the demon?
The demon.
Okay.
Is this 0?
Plus 10 for single, minus 10 for you, yes. That's a hit.
Nice.
Hey!
That is the right arm. Sure. Roll for damage.
Roll twice. Make it good.
There we go.
Righteous Fury!
Righteous Fury! Oh my god.
Yes.
So, let me see. How many points do I ignore? I take 8 points of damage. No. Yes. Yeah, I take 8
Take
points of
that
damage.
beast.
And you also Righteous Fury, which means you need to roll a d5, and then I will compare it to the critical damage chart. For rending arm.
1.
I believe that's something like you drop what you're carrying if you fail a toughness test, which I can't because I'm not carrying anything. I will, however, double check.
You lose some paint or something.
Yeah.
You drop your arm.
Energy, explosive impact, rending. I drop anything he was holding with a hand. Yeah, so nothing happens, sadly. However, a lot of damage there. The arm becomes half of what it once was, having cut off large amounts of paint. Paint flying backwards, some of it even catching on Cassius's robes. And it looks at you with fury in its eyes.
Cassius, you're covered in heresy, mate. I don't want to be the guy
Heretical.
to tell you that, but
I aim.
Heretical spooge everywhere.
I aim. I swift attack from the table.
Is that
Branda,
a
you're
plus
going
20?
down. Yes, it is. No! That's it. I'm using my
Yes.
fate point.
oh,
It's okay, he's gonna fail again.
No! Stop cursing me, you witch! All
Untouchable.
these swipes going over the top of you, Branda, as you duck and dive, weaving in and out, punching him with your chainsaw to try and move the demon back. It's getting incredibly frustrated with you, so much it's ignoring everyone else now. Carolinus, plus 60.
There's like almost no way to fail this now. Okay, there's still considerable ways to fail this.
oh,
but
there's
I
enough
believe in
ways
you.
to fail it. If it can be failed, I can fail it. Hooray!
Bam! Well done.
Only sire.
Garrett, you take a point of fatigue. You're up.
Hooray! Aim!
You
Cult
can't.
shot head.
Either Cassius is in the way or the drape is in the way.
There's a drape.
Yeah, you notice
Yeah.
on both sides of Cassius there is a curtain.
Hold your action till I move. I'll move on my next turn.
Okay, held action.
Yeah, effectively shoot when Cassius moves. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
Cassius.
I move to there.
Garrett, fire!
Yay.
You get a plus 10 for
Pew, pew.
single shot, minus 10 for you, so just a straight ballistic test. Oh, plus 10 for short.
Yep.
That is a hit in the 62, which is the torso. Roll damage.
Didn't you do call shot head though?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, called shot head.
Wow, 13 points of damage. Dude.
Did
Oh,
you just
is,
vaporize him?
what? Is it because you've got the ability to add your agility, your ballistic skill to your damage?
Ballistic skill divided by 2, and then ceiling, yeah.
Yeah, so Garrett picked up last session an amazing advance, which gives him the ability to add half his ballistic skill to all damage rolls with weapons at range, which means
And
that he
it's
does
rounded up.
loads of damage.
That is amazing.
That sounds nice. I might get that. Except I keep using the chainsword. It's been doing very well.
Yeah, there's a similar one for melee too, where you get your melee damage as a bonus, your weapon skill or whatever.
Yeah. Its head almost becomes insubstantial, a slight slither on the side showing. I need to find out what critical damage is for head.
Yes. I hope his head pops like a water balloon filled with dye.
Might happen eventually. Minus 10 to all tests for 1 round.
Okay.
What crit is he on? -2 or -3?
-1.
-1.
That makes it Cassius. You've got the other half of your go.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Smite, and this time I'll do it at Psi rating 1, so that I get another +10.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
This
saw
time,
that being an
lightning
18.
arcs off on the broken canvas in front of you, and purple fades across it from where your lightning impacted. Really not
That's
getting anywhere
basically
with
what
this.
was happening to me with my panic rolls. Every
Yep.
time my modifier went up, my roll got 10 points worse. It's like,
Branda, you're up.
I hate you.
The Emperor is with me, demon. Can I attack the table and the demon in the
No.
same turn?
You have to make one
Can I
attack.
kick the table?
No, that's an attack.
I'm just gonna aim an attack with the chainsword.
Against the demon?
Yep. Is that
Okay.
plus 10 then?
+10, +10, -10, so +10, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You get the chainsaw cut in the table again. Luckily, if you spend your attack next turn to push it through, the table will fall. No, you spend your half
That
action.
works.
Yeah.
Table OP.
This point, he's getting really enraged. Give me your skills! Branda, make a willpower check.
-10 or what?
-10.
Hold it together, Branda. You've not
This is
failed
the
us
part where
yet.
it all goes wrong.
Oh dear.
Oh, no.
I failed again!
Oh, but he failed.
It doesn't matter. If I can't pass my check, I can't manifest a power. Right, so I'm just going to hit
Welcome
you
to my life. Welcome to my life.
with a swift attack from the table. Again, missing wildly. Carolinus.
That'll
Okay.
happen when your head
The
is half
Emperor is
sawed
with
off
me.
by laser.
It takes full action to pull my pistol out, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, well, that's my full action then.
Garrett, you take another point of fatigue. You're now on 2.
I'll let you guess what I'm going to do. What do you think?
Cold shot head with an aim. Go
He's
for
got
it.
he's a one-trick pony, but man, is it a good trick.
Yeah. That's a
Oh my
large
God.
Oh,
piece of success.
I'm going to spend my
shit.
dodge, which I completely forgot I had.
Go for it.
Do
you have to overcome the 7 degrees of success, though?
Yes.
Is there any way that you could do that?
I'm not going to do my dodge then.
Alright, so
right.
9 damage.
So 9 damage. I take 3. My head is now at -4. Let me check.
Does that add the degrees of success, though? Oh, no, wait, that's on melee.
No, he can
attack, isn't
swap it out. Yeah.
The energy attack burns away from the hairs on the target's head as well, leaving him reading from the injury. The target suffers 2 levels of fatigue, and the target is blinded for 1d5 rounds, which doesn't apply because I don't see using my eyes.
Question. Can I swap out that dice roll for the degree of success? Because I only rolled like a 3 or something.
He got 7, so
Yeah, you rolled a 4. Yeah, you can. That'll be another 3. So that's he puts him on
Yes.
-7 on the head. In a gruesome display, the flesh is burned from the target's head, exposing charred bone and muscle underneath. The target suffers fatigue. He's also permanently blinded. And none of that applies to a demon.
funsies.
Yeah.
But
Oh well.
The colours drain and the head is left as sort of this mild sort of up bit in the centre and sort of a vague elements of a skull in bone white. Cassius.
You know, I've
You have to do it. We need to see this.
I've gone
You have
up by
to
like
do it.
10 every time I've
Cassius,
cast.
come
it's
on.
gone up even worse.
You can't keep
We
failing.
believe in you.
This will be what
Oh
you'll
my
be remembered
God.
by.
See, perfect.
There we go.
So I
Is that
get
so hard?
okay, 1d10. Okay, yep.
And how many hits do you
Forgot
get?
to just the one because I cast it at psi rating 1.
Okay, it's capped by
You're
psi
limited
rating. Yeah.
Yeah, it's capped by your psi rating, which is why I kept casting it too, because I was hoping I would fish out like a 2d20 plus 4 pen 8, pen 4 hit or whatever. So
Okay, so this
Yay.
hits it in the left leg and does damage which my demonic does not count against. I take 6 points of damage, which takes me down to a minus 13.
Wow.
With that, another ball of lightning, you actually manage to send it out this time. This time it arcs over and directly impacts on the leg. And with that,
can we make him bubble and boil and then explode if that kills him?
sure, it courses up, arcs around through the watercolor. And then bubbles start appearing. He starts to boil all over, the leg first, and then he explodes outwards in a shower of paint and pigment, covering Branda, a little bit of Carolinus, and some of Cassius, and also covering the one easel nearby that hasn't got any paint on the canvas.
Hooray!
You've managed to defeat and vanquish your demon.
Jesus.
Da-da-da-da.
What an ordeal. What an ordeal.
At this
I'm
point, I
gonna
just
pass out now.
sink back against the wall and just slide down for a moment. One of my
Yeah,
hands
I'm-
is coming up, covering one of my eyes. I say, "Too much, so too much."
I'm stood over the puddle of paint saying, "The Emperor protects." And the
Carolinus.
chainsword
Car-
winds down.
Carolinus. I'm just gonna slump down against the wall here at my -7 critical damage.
Okay.
Don't mind me. Spurting blood all over the place. Don't mind.
I light up a low stick and just sit down in one of the chairs.
Meanwhile, Garrett is slowly bleeding out in a puddle.
This is what happens when your medic is forced to witness parts of the warp. Bloody psychos.
I eventually noticed the things around me again and say, "Oh, quick, Carolinus, help Garrett."
At that point, I actually do take notice of the situation, just kind of clamber to my feet and head over to Garrett. Is he bleeding at the moment?
Yeah, he is bleeding.
A lot.
I literally just staple his flesh together and stop the bleeding.
My right arm is completely
Okay.
mangled.
Yeah, Carolinus, his bleeding condition is halted.
Okay. I will then do a Medicaid roll, plus 10.
Close. Close.
Well, I think it's safe to say that you managed to deal with the heresy and stuff. You can sort your wounds, etc. back. The question is, what are you going to do about all these paintings?
Burn them.
Burn it all.
I'm in agreement.
whole house down.
all of the canvas, the house, everything here. In fact, these robes, and I just throw
Yep.
the white robes away.
Burn the auction house.
Agreed. In total agreement. Cassius, however, has got this weird vacant look in his eyes, just staring at one of the paintings. Getting a little bit concerned. Keep trying to talk to him. Doesn't
He found a
reply.
painting of a cat, and he can't draw his eyes away from it.
I'm just like, ugh. It's all over my face.
There is a
On the
lot of
chain sword.
Has Branda been harmed?
Were you even hit?
No.
I just-
Brenner dodged every single attack.
Yep.
Dude.
The Emperor protects. He was with
The
me.
only
Really?
hit that landed, he successfully dodged.
Have I ever been hit by anything ever? I don't
We'll
think
get,
I have.
we'll get you there. We'll get there.
I'm
keep
the
asking
melee
that
guy. I
question,
haven't
bro.
been hit yet. This is great.
Yeah, you're the
Nice.
new blowback.
Cassius, are you in agreement? Should we we wish to burn this place. The paintings, the house, everything here should be put to the torch.
Indeed, we should keep the receipts of sale, and we should pass those off to the Inquisition as well, so they can find the owners and burn all the ones that have been distributed as well. Assuming
this lest they already be corrupt.
That too will make the Inquisition aware that they may have. I mean, these people are nobles. I think the Inquisition will be slow to get rid of them, so we'll just make the situation known.
We need to track down that fourth painting, make sure that guy hasn't died who has it.
Bergman.
Okay.
Contact the.
Contact Prefect Allad. Let him know what's going on.
And
Okay.
with that, you crack the heresy that was forming inside of Iridian. You manage to weed out and then banish a demon who'd been acting as a muse for Bernard.
I've got to be honest though. Wow, those panic rolls.
Yeah, those are
Oh
pretty
my
bad.
goodness. The standard rules.
Yeah. It didn't help that you all failed by such large margins that you all got really bad rolls on the panic table. Because you all got like 75s and above kind of thing. And with that, congratulations. You send off to the Inquisition saying there's one painting left. You go collect it yourself, since you are here.
Yeah.
You go collect it, you burn it yourself. You put in that, by the way, these are people that had them. I don't really think they should be dealt with because they're nobles, but as you will. And you are rewarded. The Inquisition thanks you very much and asks you to just make sure that everything goes okay.
We also get the auction house because I would push for the auction house to be destroyed.
You
I
burn the
would as
auction
well.
house then. You're the ones on the ground. If you burn the auction house, you can burn the auction house.
Yeah, and
Do
along
it.
with the home of the artist too, we burn that, right?
Yeah, this,
Okay,
this
okay.
place is studio. It's gone.
As you burn the auction house, you hear the shattering of glass and raw flames as certain paints go up here and there. And then you hear a sound which sounds like glass shattering along a large container. And then the sound of water splashing against the ground, bubbling as it boils. And then and all the flames flicker outwards and slowly go back to what they were. But ever so slightly, you think you may have seen them turn purple for a second.
Did we mess up again?
We keep releasing demons.
Back to the Immaterium. They just want to go home. That's what they're so excited about. They're not going to stay here. They need emotional stimuli for that.
Seem to know a lot about demons.
Mm-hmm. Forbidden knowledge, the warp.
Can I
And
get
with
my
that-
arm fixed?
Carolinus makes sure to tend to Garrett's arm at the nearest facility. Garrett, once
Can
you're
I make a
feeling
roll
well
for
enough,
that? 'Cause
No, it doesn't matter.
Am I attaching the limb?
You've got no, it's still there. It just needs medical attention. But you've got loads of time, so there's no point in rolling for it. Garrett, once your arm is back and well enough to work again, you do receive a note saying that your armor is ready.
Yes! Oh, I'm so happy. But that means I don't
Um,
have chainmail anymore.
And you get a full suit of feudal plate.
Oh boy. Is it made for my size? I'm only 5 foot, you know.
Oh yeah, no, it's taken to your measurements. You had to send your measurements when you asked the order.
Perfect.
I don't know. I mean, in my professional medical opinion, I think this arm may have been touched by heresy, which should probably amputate.
There's a little
And,
irony. Although if his hand had been touched by heresy, that would be ironic, but not the arm, I
It's-
guess.
Oh dear.
This is genuinely my honest medical opinion. We should take the arm. We can get you a better arm that isn't touched by the weakness of the flesh.
It'll be fine, probably.
Okay, and with that, so ends tonight's session. That went well. You succeeded.
No, it didn't. It didn't go well. Everything up until the demon went well, and the demon didn't go well. The demon
How'd we
went
do with
pretty
our-
much-
I don't know what you're talking about. I was fine.
How'd we do with our subtlety? Was that like really, really subtle, or did we have any screw ups?
Your subtlety I've only got you marked down for 1 subtlety decrease. I've got you marked up for 2 subtlety increases for your excellent
Yay.
disguises and excellent conversational skills and having like wits and stuff and details. So yeah,
Hooray.
well done. Your subtlety is quite considerably higher than when you first started, because every time you move to a new world, you get 2d10 subtlety, because people don't know you there. So you're doing quite well subtlety.
We're
But-
shadows.
Firstly, I want to say thank you everyone for coming along tonight. Thank you everyone who viewed, everyone who subbed, everyone who tipped, and of course everyone on our beloved Patreon. Normally at the end here, we would have a lovely little scrolling thing saying thank you to people at a certain tip tier on Patreon. Unfortunately, we don't have that because the Patreon hasn't got to the end of the month yet, and we'll do it at the end of every month. So at the end of this month, look forward to seeing that here as well. And if you want your name on that lovely little scrolling thing, go check out the Patreon. Or if you want any other rewards, including the stats for this lovely demon, go check the Patreon.
Nothing about that demon was lovely.
It also had the
Patreon's
ability-
down right now.
Is it? What?
Yep, server's down.
What?
Lol.
We broke it.
Lol, lol.
Too many people trying to support us. Thousands.
That is,
just
there we
dozens
go.
and
Yeah,
thousands.
we're just too popular. So bookmark it. Go back later. Also, I'm really annoyed I didn't ever get to use an ability on the demon that I really wanted.
Oh, don't tell us about it. It's a secret.
Yep.
Okay, we'll talk about it in the after show. So if you go on Patreon on the $5 tier, you can find out about the after show VODs. But yeah, so until next week, thank you very much. Carolinus, otherwise known as Avac, where can people catch you? What will you be doing until then?
Well, you can catch me over on youtube.com/Avac or on twitch.tv/Avac. You can also follow me with my random chattings and mostly ferret pics over on my Twitter, which is twitter.com/Avac_. As for what I'll be doing, I've just completed Avon Colony. I've completed a couple of things actually, so I'm going to be finishing off my various RimWorld series, probably starting up an Alpha 15 series on that as well. I have also just begun a first taste on Zombie Night Terror, which is basically what you get if you breed lemmings with zombies. In a really, really, really bizarre way. Yeah, don't think about it too much. The physics is likely heresy.
Fair enough. Branda, otherwise known as Bentham, where can people find you what you're doing?
Hello, my name is Bentham, and my channel is called Mangleport Gaming because I'm bad at naming things. So, yeah, I'm playing Factorio on there, and also Rodina, as with last week. Been a bit of a gap in videos because I was away over the weekend, but now I'm back, so there should be some of those soon. And also I have a Twitter, which is Bentham Plays, because Bentham was taken. And, I mean, who would put an underscore at the end? They would just put, like, plays or something like this, yeah.
I will kill you in your next life.
This is true. Underscores are for noobs. Shen, Garrett, where can we find you and what are you doing?
Hi, my name's Shen. You can find me on twitch.tv/Shenrer and also on YouTube at youtube.com/Shenrer2. Have not been doing Hearts of Iron lately. I know, that's a surprise. But there is a new patch for it, or it's a beta patch for it, so I'll probably be picking that up soon. What I've been playing, though, which has been fucking amazingly fun, is Railroad Tycoon 3. I'm almost done with that. And Tropico 5, which I just finished, and then Tropico 4, which I just installed. So I'll be kicking that off pretty soon. I absolutely love Tropico. I'm so fun. It's so fun to be playing it again. And it doesn't crash anymore. Yay, they fixed it.
Awesome. And Cassius, Splat.
You can find me at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and also at Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming, although my Twitch streaming is taking a hit right now just because I don't have time anymore. YouTube, on the other hand, at the moment I'm playing, actually just about everything's ending right now, but I've got Everspace up on there, which I'm really, really liking.
Really
It's a fun
enjoying
little
Everspace.
game.
Don't end that.
Yeah, we've got Everspace. We just finished up Mother Russia Bleed, so that's all done. I'm still working on Forest Village. Still got Halcyon 6 going on, so things coming, things going. Should be a pretty fun month.
Great. And as for myself, you can catch me over at youtube.com/Enterilissium or twitch.tv/Enterilissium. Currently playing Halcyon 6, Hearts of Iron, and I think I may or may not try Divinity Original Sin 2 when that comes out, maybe?
Really good game.
Yeah. But yes, thank you very much for all coming tonight. Thank you very much for all your support, etc. Very much appreciate it. Especially do check out the Patreon since it is kind of new, and we are, as you can tell, kind of like, please, because we want to have, like, pizza, which we need to live.
No, you're not allowed pizza, Ian.
I know. Okay, I'll order burgers. But yes, thank
Pork
you much for
pies.
coming along. I hoch you've enjoyed the show. Do check out, by the way, the fan
God, pork pies.
the fan Reddit over at reddit.com/r/Roll4It, of course, where people can talk about Dark Heresy and who character's going to be the most corrupt first. After today, Carolinas isn't doing too badly.
Bloody Cassius.
I'm on precisely 1.
What are you blaming
Yeah.
me for?
Because you didn't leave us like float up a meter, probably even less than that. Oh, it would hurt you too much.
I figured
No,
it's Dark Heresy. Everything's
I mean,
fatal. I don't know.
Expose
It
your
would work
minds
for
to the-
Carolinas though. He can work in 0G.
How did Shadowrun end? Somebody fell like 3 feet, and they took like 900 damage. Now I'm paranoid about
To
it.
be fair, they fell and then a van landed on them.
They were in the van. It didn't land on them.
It kind of did,
Yeah.
otherwise they wouldn't have had a smushed arm.
But thank you very much for all coming, and from all of us, have a good one, and the Emperor protects.
Take care, everyone. See you in the after show.
Bye bye.